Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, December the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So a couple of things, of course. Can you hear me? A couple of yeses will suffice. Can you hear me? And can you see my screen? Excellent. Okay. So, as always, I'm just going to connect my little so-called noise dampening device now. So give me one moment while I do that. Okay, so what is happening this morning? So I actually did something I haven't done in a long time. Actually cannot remember the last time I did this. I actually took a post-market trade. I wish I'd held it, but I didn't. If you were in the room yesterday, you know we were watching this bingo, BNGO, for a long time. Had a little move. I right at the end of the day, and I actually took this trade at 135. I was very proud of getting rid of it at 150. All in the post market, and then it continued to move higher, and it is a 177 now. Big float, 153 million in the float. It still has, let's take a look. We were looking at this one yesterday, just didn't do it, while we were looking at it. It took the post market to really get a move on it. And it had some good volume also. That's why I didn't mind doing it. 177 right now. I'm just trying to look at what the next high. Yeah, the next high looking left is 470. So, I mean, this still has, in theory, some room to move. And that is the BNGO. All right, what else is happening? INDO. Now, again, I have no idea if these are still holding their gaps. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's up to, well, actually, that's not great. It's already dropped a third from the highs. INDO. I couldn't really see any specific reason for it. Just see if this is sneaking in here. Yeah, I don't really see any reason for the move. It's a very low float. So again, guys, be really careful with these. I have to point them out because they're moving in the pre-market, but be awfully careful with them. We've already seen, the APY 2 days ago. And, well, heck, what was the one yesterday? I mean, they got halted, and when they, for news halts, and when they opened, they gapped way down. So just be awfully careful. I know somebody will pop that one in. Jan, Jan, that's the one. Yeah, triple U. So just be really careful. I know it's exciting and all that, and what could happen. I mean, there's no real resistance, but just be awfully careful. There's only one and a half. They're all looking the same in terms of the floats. They were the other two were under 2 million also in the float. So just be really careful. Jan. Why are you up? Let's see. I saw this after hours yesterday. This had the big pop after hours. I don't see any specific reason for it being up. Yeah, I think it's because it's one of those ones which changed symbol names, I think. I believe, BTBT, I believe. Yeah, I don't see the reason for Jan. I'm just looking at the headlines. I just don't see any reason for why Jan is up. Now this is even crazier. I have not 100% sure that float is right. It's about 1 million shares. But whatever it is, it's very low. Net Element. Another nice move for this one. They have letters of intent. It's a letter LOI, a PR for 10,000 vehicles. So NETE, just a massive move. 4 million in the float, another one. Yeah. Also, you yesterday. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. That's in the YouTube feed. We've got some interesting moves in crypto. Let's see what GBTC is doing right now. We had some interesting moves in crypto. Yeah, a little downturn, but nothing much. But Mara. Well, actually, Mara's it's giving up a lot of those gains. It was up to 1290, starting to drift now, and I bet your Riot is doing the same thing. Not quite like Mara. BTBT, the other one that I was watching, it's kind of hanging. Definitely interested in this one over 13. Again, Blink, BLNK, EV play. What are you doing? So you're up 7%. Good volume. You know, this one hit a high a couple of days ago of 56. So I mean, it's been wild. Like the whole EV sector has been very wild. EBON, EBON. I don't see any specific. I keep looking. I don't see any specific reason for this move. This one I think is pulled all the way back. It was flying, and then I think it's pulled all the way back. Yeah, XELB. Yeah, I forget about it. I mean, look, it was $1.90, and then it gets all the way down to 125. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Just a real pump here, and then down. Another low float. IPDN. This was really moving. Again, I don't know if it's held its gains. Let's see, 240 down to 185. They do have some news, announces a partnership, Fala Network partnership. So there was some news on that one. Another low float. Vertigo, well, you can't hear me. And what else do I have here? OSMT. There's a big gap down. A second FDA rejection. OSMT. Yeah, big gap down. 26%. The news, a second FDA rejection. This one is shortable for me also. Let's take a look here. 306. So this has room to 3 on that monthly chart. So this could be interesting as a short. BTPT right back over 13 now. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of, I doubt we're going to have very many. Second to last day of the year. Just looking to see what sort of upgrades and excuse me, downgrades we have. And the answer is, we have one upgrade. That's it. All right, guys, so I do want to put this in the room. We do have the promo code on again. It's just a new one, not the Happy Holly, 25%. So I just want to put this in the room. I announced it yesterday late, but in case you didn't see it, another 25% off. Okay, so there we go. So there are some of the upgrades. Well, not some of them. There's one upgrade. That's it. I didn't mention IMAC. I'm sorry. IMAC, IMAC. So this gapped up is some kind of a stem cell press release. Another low float. I mean, look at the room this has. I mean, if it wants to keep going, I mean, look at the room it's got, guys. 255. That's the high. Looking left. So that's a could be interesting. It's kind of holding. What did it get up to? 175. So pull back to 150. Still holding. Yeah, RMO is the new name. That's Romeo, right? Is it trading as Romeo? Yeah, it is. So what did it close at yesterday? That's the key. So it closed at 27, and it's trading at a little bit above it, so not bad. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what we're talking about, was a SPAC, RMG, Blank Check Acquisition Company, and this is who they went after, and Romeo, and now this is the new symbol. So it's a little bit above where it closed yesterday, so that's a good sign. Excuse me. And there's another one. Okay. Was that a SPAC though? LOAK, was that a SPAC? Yes, it was. Okay. Live Oak. And so what is it now? DNMR. So let's keep an eye on that. 2420. So where is it opening? DNMR. 2420. Wow. Very good. Very, very good. So closed at 2420 and it's now 2980 with the new symbol, the acquisition. I may have to re-examine. I mean, I still have my IPOC, and it's this one is due to close. I think it's on January the 8th. These SPACs are so interesting. And I think it's just going to they're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Be interesting to see what the tally is at the end of this, after tomorrow, the total number of SPACs there are, and how many were introduced this year. Our SPAC expert, GKK, I think he's the one who said that that's when it was due to close. I mean, they were taking over. I remember who they're. I should know this. I should really know this, but I think it's a healthcare company. It's a healthcare acquisition. So Clover Health. Thank you. I knew it had something to do with health. So that is when it is supposedly due to close. I mean, look, anything can happen between now and then, but it's a nice site. Thank you for the SPAC site. I've got some. I should really look at them again, or it again. Look at IMAC, guys. IMAC. This could get really, really wild. I mean, really wild. It has room, 250. It's a low float, 7 million in the float. It had a stem. This is not a virus play. It had a stem cell PR. Again, if you're wondering, well, you know, if you're going to ask me, well, should I buy this? This is, first of all, it's not a website. This is not a room like that. I will never tell you what to buy or sell. We're pointing out opportunities. It's up to you to determine if you make. I always call it kind of, does it meet your trading plan? But you know, these are very, very risky. I mean, with low floats, a lot of fun if you get in and they work, but you know, not so much fun when they crash. So you just have to be very, very careful. You cannot wander away from your computer if you get into any one of these. All right, a couple of things here. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, and these three windows right there that you see, you can, from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar. And my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout. Before you do anything in a channel bar, click on any one of these channels. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Why? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud first. Okay? Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I put a delay on any alerts happening until then. This one, you'll start to see alerts immediately. If you want to trade them earlier, that's up to you. I still cannot see any news about this INDO. I'm looking at my IB news. No, I don't see any recent news with this INDO. All right, I'm hearing Riot again, so a little bit of a pullback. Riot, almost well, it's not enough. Look, this has done a million, excuse me, I shouldn't exaggerate. It's done several, excuse me, reverse splits, so this is not an all-time high, but for all intents and purposes, anybody, into this one over the last couple of years, this looks really excellent. 1743. That was the high a couple of days ago. How is Mara doing? Mara's the same sort of thing with the splits. Not quite as robust as Riot. Interesting. Interesting. And then BTB. BT. The other one, EQOS, another crypto play. There's the high. It was the high yesterday, actually. MTNB. I want to just take a quick look at MTNB. The reason is that this could get going, guys. I mean, we watched this one yesterday. It was a little bit like the bingo yesterday, the BNGO, except it didn't really have any huge move after hours like BNGO did. But it is starting to move now. It's not a low float, 180 million in the float, but you can see right there, 126 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And 121 is the high right there. On the monthly chart, it is 145, so I mean, it has a little bit of room to there, but the exciting part could be if it could ever get over like 150, it's got some room. So again, you might want to keep an eye on it. It's not a low float. They don't certainly all have to be low float situations to get into them, of course. I'm gonna put an alert here. Price alert right there at 145. See if it takes it out. May not do it today, but if it does take it out today, I mean, it's got a shot. Yeah, I don't trade the VIX, Christopher, so I just don't. So I really have no thoughts on it. Yeah, so Jan is really giving it up. Just looking at Jan right here, yeah, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Jan is really, really giving it up. But look what it did after hours yesterday, and I still don't really see any news on it. 967. I mean, it's a $3 drop. I don't see any news on it. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to bring up my other. Get set for the open. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a couple of things here as I prepare for the open, 4 minutes to the open. Keep an eye on that BTBT if it really starts to move here with crypto. All right, so now let's see what's happening here with the BTBT. Yeah, I mean, this is could be really interesting. I mean, it's, you know, again, I know it's on an all-time high, and I know, Chris, you were pointing out a discrepancy here, but whatever it is, here's the pre-market high right up here, 1335. So I mean, this is a crypto play, GPTC. There's Bitcoin, so hanging in there. I think it's a fairly low float, 32 million in the float. Whoops, it just took a bit of a drop. Not a bit of a drop. Wow. Now what happened to Bit? Did the rest of them do the same thing? Not really. Okay, so this is kind of, wow, this is kind of trading on its own here. BTBT really trading on its own. They're doing a financing. Nope, there is a full day tomorrow. The market is open tomorrow. We have less than a minute for the market open today. Let's have another great trading day, everybody. Market's open tomorrow, full day, unfortunately. That's pretty weird what happened here with BTBT. I'm almost looking to see if there's a financing. Well, that's why I put a price alert. It didn't happen, so wow, that's pretty interesting. I keep looking to see if they're going to announce a financing. All right, guys, market is open. Let's see what happens. I typically don't trade the first 15 minutes. Just trying to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, I'm watching IMAC here. IMAC. There's the high right there. I'm going to stick an alert at the high to see if it takes that out later on. IPDN, guys, over 2 again. It pulled back to 170. There's the high in the pre-market, 238. What sort of room does it have on that monthly chart? Yeah, I mean, it's got some room on the monthly chart. That's the high, 320, a few months ago. And on the weekly chart, 220. 220 is the high looking left. And then 240, so a little bit of chop up to that area. And the market, let's see. So the market is, to start, we've got positive. SPY, Dow, and the tech sectors, positive. Yeah, what a crazy action for this BTBT. Crazy action. Yeah. I was so proud of myself for that post-market trade in bingo yesterday. I just didn't have the, whatever you want to call it, to hold it. I wish I had, of course, but... And Indo just got halted. And on the way down, so this doesn't look good. Hopefully nobody chased this one, Indo, INDO. I don't think I mentioned, I forgot to mention HEPA, guys, HEPA. I know it's on my watch list, HEPA. It's funny, when you read the press release, it says positive data, but they put positive in quotations, you know, kind of skeptical about it. So now, there's a 200-day moving average for ARCT. I know this was a bit of a pain for William. I hope William's okay on this one now, or has got rid of it. But there's a 200-day, $49. Well, this BTBT is crazy. Keep looking to see if there was a financing of it. Nope. Well, I'll put in another alert for BTBT. It's a little scary what happened. I don't, you know, that's really weird. That's very, very weird. I mean, yeah, there is always fluctuation, and this is just before the market opened, though. This is just a couple of minutes before the market opened. That's that candle there for whatever reason. So the problem is when traders look at that, they think, could it happen again, just like that? So it doesn't give you a lot of confidence. It's going to take a few candles to get rid of that. All right, CNFR. This was a. You know what's funny? I don't know why it's not on my list. I should have been talking about this. Had a big gap or pop after hours yesterday. A big move this morning, but look at this now. It's not shortable for me, unfortunately. CNFR. Again, drives me crazy when I look for the headlines on some of these, and there's nothing. There's no well, there's a reason. You know, call it a room. Somebody's got a hold of this and decided to pump this, but there's no real reason for it in terms of a headline. Man, oh man, that is crazy, crazy, crazy action for this BTBT. All right, over 13 again, briefly. Yeah, see, I mean, look at that big topping tail there, you know, on that 2-minute chart. Well, I'm just going to keep an eye on it, see if it takes out that high right there. It is supposedly crypto. I think it is crypto. Wow, look at Tencent, TME. Look at Tencent moving here, TME. Just almost at $20 here. Look at the volume that came in. It's a big float, 670 million in the float. Man, BTBT is really strange. I'm just watching it. I want to see. It's too wild. You got to let this thing settle down. I mean, it's underneath 13 again. Oh man, yeah. Well, what did we say in the pre-market? This could be the today's API, triple U, low float. So I would just leave that one alone. INDO. All right, so this one was very active pre-market, XLEB. It hit at 188, big pullback all the way here. It's starting to move again. It's another low float. Lots and lots of volume, 1 million shares almost, 59 times normal. Boy, TME now at, well, it was at 20. Now, somebody said the market's crashing. A little premature. The markets are not crashing. Okay. How is Bitcoin doing? GBTC. It's moving. Here, it's funny. Mara is moving down, but Bitcoin is moving up. Oh, sorry, Riot is moving down. How's Mara doing? So Mara, well, if I typed in the right symbol. All right, this FTIV, I don't know if somebody said, is this a new one? Probably back here, a new SPAC. Yep, back, well, a new one. Back in November 16th, the week of. So about a month and a half ago. Yeah, it looks like this is going to get, well, not quite, almost getting stopped out, the trade of the week. They don't all work, guys, but the track record has been awesome over the last couple of months, but, you know. Yeah, this FTIV is ripping here. Lots of volume. I don't know who they're looking to merge with, but pre-market, 1320. Lots and lots of volume. I find these difficult to trade intraday, but you never know on this one. Just waiting for a couple. Wow, there's the BTBT. Oh, did it ever explode? Crazy action on this one, guys. Just absolutely insane action. I didn't get it. I wanted to get it right here, but it just tore right through. It's not low flow. Well, I mean, it's 32 million. I mean, it's not, but it's not crazy low. Well, I just keep putting some price alerts here. Anybody in it, I'll try to induce it higher for you. All right, keep an eye on TME. I mean, it took out 20 briefly. It pulled back just underneath 20, and then TME is right here at 20 again. Oh, it's going to drive me crazy if I see this one keep ripping. I wanted to get it right there at 1330. It just tore right through it. Yeah, I mean, Riot, somebody's saying, you know, okay, watch Riot. I mean, yeah, Riot. This is probably, I mean, this is the one that is probably more followed. What's the high right there? 1743. So 1723 right now. All right, speaking of, now again, this is pure crypto, guys, so you really have to be following what's happening with GBTC at the same time, okay? Wow. Anybody get the BTBT? There's no hotkey. It's just you left click on a chart, left click on the chart, and then just start typing. Okay? So you have to left click on the chart to make so TraderDiz knows this is the chart you want to do it on. So left click the chart and then just start typing. And then it pops, then that chain symbol will pop up. Okay? Oh, well. Well, listen, as long as some of you were able to take it, I guess I'll have to live vicariously through your trade on BTBT. Now, these are really late, guys. I mean, that's the only problem, of course, with putting a delay of 15 minutes. I mean, I don't know if this is going to keep moving from here, but I put the delay of 15 minutes because I just like to see things settle down a little bit. But this, that was running before that 15 minutes, and so that's why you don't get a trigger until it hits a new high in my watch list. So same with the bingo, BNGO, but the BNGO could be still okay. I'm looking here, the next high looking left is 460, so if this settles down a little bit, it still has room, BNGO. Yeah, Riot right now, that's at 1743, so it's above the high of 2 days ago now for Riot. And we have another, yeah, just forget about this one. I mean, it's halted, I think, on the way up, but, I only have to bring it to your attention because if you have the halts resumes, it is being, it's been halted twice. Well, here's one on the way down. EQ, look at the volume, 1 million shares, 12 million in the float, 8 times normal already. Now, guys, if you're in this BTBT, just be really careful with it, okay? Because, we can't forget that action right there. So that came out of nowhere. So just be very aware of that. Okay, I'm looking at some of these AI alerts, guys. All right, guys. I nag at you about that re-entry. Fantastic. I hope The reentry for Net Element. I don't want to call it fantastic yet, but I mean, it is over the reentry price. That is why it popped up. You know, so the AI might have been a little bit early. It got stopped out, but it hit the reentry price for Net Element. If you have the AI, it is very whippy though. A very low float. That's the problem. You know, 4 million in the float, and you know, for a fairly expensive stock. All right, guys. I took some of this bingo. Bit of a chase, but I've got a pretty tight stop on it. So I took some of this bingo. There was the alert at 216. I wanted to see how well it held up in this area. So 221, 222. Sorry. Because I'm not going to. You know, this has gone up so quickly now. Boy, it's almost $1. Well, it's over $1 when I took it in the post market yesterday. I got in at 135, but out unfortunately at 150. Yeah, see, for me on that, I rarely get into any AI trade at that 935. I don't like the early ones, so I would always let it settle down anyway. So there'd be no way I'd be getting into Net Element at 935. That's just the way I like to trade. All right, low float. Yeah, pretty low float. 20. Yeah, it's only up 10 cents. So OPGN, it just popped into my momentum. Yeah, the problem with some of these ones is that they're so tied to the sector. You know, I mean, they're not what I really call alpha stocks. Alpha stocks meaning they don't really care what the sector is doing. They don't care what the market's doing. They're kind of trading on their own. But, you know, some of these are just so tied to what the sector is doing. Okay, so I have taken out the bingo, just a minor gain. I will take a look at it again. I said I was waiting for. I was waiting for it to get into the 240s right up here. I was hoping we get into the 240s. So I'll look at it again if it takes out 229. So I'm out of the bingo, just minor. But that is just me, okay? Uh, wow, BT. Wow. I mean, it hasn't been easy. I mean, look at that pullback all the way to 1350, and then it tacks on $1 in 3 minutes maybe. How's that other one doing? EQOS. No, it is definitely BT. It is definitely, I'm going to call it BT squared day to day. All right, SEAC, another really cheap one, 28 million in the float. What's the high looking left here is $1.10, so that's not an issue. The next high looking left is around $1.45 on that weekly chart. That's got some room. Same on that weekly chart or monthly chart, so it's about the same high. Yeah, $1.45 looking left. Okay, guys, so if you took the AI alert for this one, just be aware of this high 964. That's the next area that it could stall at, okay? Bingo, not shortable for me, so I wouldn't even think about doing that, but yeah, just one moment, please. Another one that is, again, not shortable for me, CNFR. Now, this one is shortable for me, this HEPA, H-E-P-A, kind of a sketchy press release this morning. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some stocks that may be topping out, okay? But again, the market's moving higher, so just looking at some stocks that may be topping out. All right, IPDN. IPDN looks like it's trying to, well, it did, 229. So let's see if this has any more movement in it. 238 is the pre-market high. But just looking at these highs over here, 240. Yeah, I mean, if it takes out 240, then the next high is 288 on that weekly chart. So, wow, in fact, there it went. It just went. 288 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Well, the AI is pretty active this morning. We only had, I think, 3 alerts yesterday. We've got, I don't know, 8, 9? 9 alerts so far. Not easy, but the net element on that, on the reentry, it wasn't easy because it, I think it even hit the stop again, but you have to take fewer shares, I guess. What are the highs here? 1533, 15. I mean, this is the issue. Just trying to get through these highs here, and a high over here of 1575. So I mean, that's kind of the issue. And there it goes, guys. I mean, it wasn't easy. I'm not going to say this one was easy, but there it goes on that after that reentry. And this is what I'm talking about. There was the reentry at 1498. Okay, I'm not saying it was easy. So it got stopped out immediately, almost, and then there was the reentry. I'm out of the XNet, okay? I'm out of XNet. I got out of it yesterday. It just doesn't, it's not following crypto at all. So I have, actually, I should place my alert here again, 333, maybe somehow taking out that 200-day later on, maybe next year. Well, IPDN, pretty awesome from the 229. I'm still interested in the bingo. Taking out this, maybe about the 225 area. What do I think of NTNB? I mean, the issue is it's 180 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. I mean, it is trading, it's 20 times normal. It traded almost 20 million yesterday, so it's almost half that already. So, I mean, there's definitely interest. But 121 is the high. Let's see, the next one is 136, so it's still got to get through, these little areas here. Yeah, IPDN is, it's gone. I mean, look at that, 229, 309 now, and it's halted. Now, of interest, it is halted, and for some reason it's not showing up on my halt resumes. Anybody else? It's not showing up on mine. I don't know why. Excellent. Excellent, Omer. Ay, 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 look at this NET. I mean, it's not easy. Not easy. You know, when you have a low flow 4 million for a stock that's, in the 15 range, anything can happen. So look how whippy it's been. Yeah, I just don't know why. So did IPDN show up on anybody's halt resumes? You did? Interesting. I just don't know. It did, really. Interesting. I don't know why it happens. I honestly don't know. I mean, yeah. Well, it's a good halt in that it's been halted on the way up. Okay, so it's been halted on the way up, and now it's not stacking up. I see 309, 309, so it's halted at 309, so it's not, there's no big pop in store yet anyway. I mean, that 309, 309 can change. No, I'm not referring, Tango, I'm not referring to your broker. I'm talking about our halts resumes. Normally it should be right there. For some, it's showing up. For me, it's not. I don't know why. Yeah, of course, I know it's halted because I'm seeing in my broker IB. It's showing that it's halted. Yeah, I mean, no question. It is a very whippy trader, NETE. There's no question about it. Look at Bingo. Well, I thought that would get it going, but so I sort of escaped that with a minor gain. That's the alert price. Yes, I mean that when you say entry price. Yeah, but that blue arrow, but you have to in the y-axis. In the y-axis, that would be the entry. Okay. You'll see blue arrows with other alerts, which are non-AI related. The only time it's an AI alert is when you see the y-axis, the price in the y-axis also. All right, well, I do get a resume for the IPDN, okay, and there it goes, sort of. So I didn't get the halt, got the resume for some reason. Oh well, nothing is perfect. For what stock though? For ENB? Yeah, so ENB, yes. So that meant that was an AI alert. Yeah. That's the alert price. Doesn't mean you have to take it right then and there. But there is your alert price. The reason I say that is that because you also get, if I click on Riot, for instance, you'll see there's a blue arrow right there. That's just showing the candle in which the alert happened. Okay? It doesn't mean it's a buy or anything like that. It's just showing you the candle in which the alert happened. Same thing here, BTBT. There on the 15-minute chart, there's a candle in which the alert happened. On the 2-minute chart, on the 5-minute chart, that's what they refer to. There's nothing to do with the AI. Wow. Yeah, I mean, some filter didn't kick in. If you're looking at my momentum up, of course it's on my watch list, and now it's halted, and now you can see 4.4. Oh wow. There's the power of the low float, 5 million in the float. It's not the volume percent. I mean, believe it or not, you know, my filters here, 1000% are normal. And maybe that didn't trigger, or the 5-minute is not 500%, as hard as is it to believe. But now the other thing that could be blocking it, every now and then, I mean, I put this filter in, this earnings per share filter, in order to filter out ETFs. I just want to see stocks. Every now and then, though, some of these small ones get blocked out every now and then. So it's possible that that's what is causing it. The way I could see it, let me just for fun, see if I'm right. I'm going to duplicate the window. I am going to then remove the I'm going to remove it. And then, like job, for instance, job is showing up. Okay, and I'm going to do a history just to see. There it is. So that was the reason. Every now and then, some stock that it gets blocked because I have my earnings in there. So I mean, you can remove that filter if you want. But it was in my watch list, so that's why it appeared here. So boy, we've had so many halts in the last couple of days. Here's another one, NSYS, and we're getting a little lag here. Hopefully that's just momentary. Man, excuse me, voice crack there. Look at this. I mean, look at the move here. Went all the way down here again and then right back up. Yeah, difficult to trade this one. Somebody said you have to take fewer shares, wider stops for NETE. No, you can't. Imagine if I said that. Okay. All right, guys. Bingo, back up. Okay. I'm going to watch this one right now. So, yeah, so I'm just going to do, what time is it? 10:15. So normally I do this around 10:30. I'll just do a quick one, though. So there's the promo code you can use, Old Lang Syne, 25% off, okay? So when you click on my homepage, Look at my homepage, and when it says get trade ideas, obviously disregard that promo. Get trade ideas. And I'll just show you how that works. So here's the premium annual plan purchase. And don't forget the percent sign, okay? So, and it all has to be in caps, Auld Lang Syne. And there you go. So that's how much so 2268, 1701 for our premium service annual. Don't have to have a premium service or an annual. You can always start off. If you're unsure about our program, you just have to go to the monthly toggle, and you can always just try us out for a month on the standard. Applying that promo code will get it down to $88. Okay, now the discount's only good for the first month. But the good thing is that if you decide you want to take, you like the program, you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from monthly to annual, we'll honor that 25% promo code. All right? I'm going to go over all of that a little bit later also. The only difference is, let me make sure of that. Let me just do a quick check here, IPDN. It would have to be a lot higher in my opinion. I mean, but it is crazy. Absolutely halted again, 5.5. You know, I do remember these days when it was up to 14. You know, I haven't seen this one for a long time. QD, used to see it a lot. Big float, 150 million for a $1 stock. It's not really that interesting. I'm just looking here, looking at all these little areas, pockets of potential resistance, so it's not that interesting to me. I bring it up because obviously I got an alert on it, but I'm sorry guys, I forgot to put this one in here. There we go, sorry. So how is TME doing? Yeah, so it, you know, briefly got over 20 and then drifting down. I'm not in IPDN. I wish I were. I'm not in IPDN. You know, I talk about, it's hard for me to trade, guys. I was thinking about that yesterday afternoon when I took that bingo trade in the post market. You know, when I can completely concentrate on trading, it's just a little bit difficult for me to trade. You know, I kind of have to pick and choose, but I can't really concentrate as much on trading as I'd like to. But again, that's, you know, it's not a complaint. I'm actually interested again in the bingo, BNGO. So what I do is, I mean, I'll point out opportunities and then I have to go on to the next one. You know, with enough people in the room, there might be something that, you know, when I point out an opportunity, some of you might go, yeah, I see what he's looking at. I'm going to take the trade. Yeah, IPOC, I mean, I might have changed my mind on this one. I was really thinking of getting out of it before, I think it's the January 6th or 7th or 8th when the merger is complete. But based on what I'm seeing in some of these mergers, the next day there seems to be a nice little pop. So I may hold on. All right, guys, down goes BTBT. So I hope everybody, that's the one that I missed. Okay, ICLK. What room do we have? Wow, got lots of room here. Look at that weekly chart. We have room to 10. Can it settle down just a little bit? Lots of volume coming in on the 2-minute chart. I thought I saw $4 IPNDN. I thought I saw $5. I'm sorry. I don't want to give you a heart attack if you're in it. $5, 505, 505, 510. Yeah, it's sort of a little over 5. Yeah, if it's a 15 seconds, yeah, it'll be 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. Well, there's the resumption. Okay, so be careful if you're in it, because we used to always say, maybe the third halt can be the one that it's not going to keep, even if it's halted on the way up. You might see a lot of profit taking, so just be careful. No. It's just go to our homepage. I'll give you a link for it. Just give me a moment here. There's a link for the free trading room. Okay, guys, so look what happened. Remember I just was saying, so yeah, it had a nice pop up, but the third halt can be a little bit dicey. And so yes, it did pop, but look at the drop. So if you're in that one, you really had to be watching it and scramble to get out. All right, guys, so again, if you're in this one from the AI, just be aware of that high right there. I mean, it might take it out, no problem. 964, there was the alert, 923, 957. Yeah, interesting one from the AI. What's the spread like on that one? Not terrible. Not terrible. I typically don't look at the ones this expensive, but definitely 71.75 was the alert. 74.19 right now. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. Yeah, I'm sorry, Janderson, wrong room. I can't help you preparing taxes. I shouldn't even say wrong room. I mean, there should be, you have to obviously consult a tax accountant or something. I mean, All right, guys, it is a little bit early, but I'm going to start my spiel right now. It's 10:26. Usually I wait to 10:30, but if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format. Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Sharing my screen live on the mic. If you have well, no, let me get my homepage link. I'm going to go over some of the links on my homepage. Just a minute. Okay, just give me a moment here. I have a real, it's hard in the YouTube feed to post these links with the character limitation. Don't know how to help you there, William. Give me an example of one. Yeah, this is really, I mean, to ask for financial advice like that, Janderson, in a trading room probably isn't the best place. I mean, you're looking for tax advice. I mean, really, I don't know where you live, but I mean, probably should be looking wherever you live. I mean, there's got to be a lot of tax CPAs, as R. Snow was talking about. So I really wouldn't go into a trading room asking for that sort of advice. Not sure how I can help you guys. I honestly don't. I mean, I'm trying, obviously I only have the one server to go on, so I'm not looking at, and I haven't really noticed anything on my end, because when I'm clicking, of course, I'm always looking at IB to make sure to see what the price is, and it is the same. So really not sure what to do about that. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, where are you? Right there. So there at Barry's homepage, you click on that link right there. Lots of information here. We've already gone over, when to take out if you want to take out a subscription, of course, don't use that promo code. Use the one that I posted, the Old Lang Syne, 25% off. Okay, that's the code. Trade of the week. First one in a long time that hasn't worked out. Did it get stopped out yet? Haha, you know what? It didn't get stopped out. It didn't hit 9, so who knows? But sign up for the trade of the week. Get sent to your inbox before about a half an hour, 45 minutes before the market opens Monday mornings. I do a daily video. All my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing right here. Okay, a lot of different scans, more than what you can see on the monitor that I'm sharing with you. A lot of education links right here, including, this is the one that I consider is probably one of the best ones we've got. This will help people who are brand new to trade ideas. And even if you're not, a Trade Ideas subscriber, you can click on that link and you can see, what are the basic features that we have to offer and how to create them. So what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, etc., etc. This is a great primer for trade ideas, okay? And we have more links here. So the daily support sessions. So we have a Trade Ideas YouTube room also, concurrent to this one that I monitor. This room here that you're seeing, this is a lot more active, a lot more subscribers, or not subscribers, but a lot more activity in the room. But at noon, I take a break, and so you can head over to the YouTube feed. One of the other traders takes over from 12 to 1. It's a little more of a Q&A. You can head over there if you want. I think today is Wednesday. Michael Noss could be there. He's our IB, in which I'm going to go over IB Brokerage Plus expert. So you can head over there and ask him a lot of questions. I'm going to go over IB and Brokerage Plus in a little bit. Daily webinars. We'll get back to I think a normal schedule next week. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. More educational videos here and some ebooks here. So a lot of information from my homepage. All right, I do want to go over the AI. Give me a moment here. Okay, so I want to go over the AI and what it's all about. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine on those 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. Out of the 50 strategies, these are quite a few actually, these are the ones that made the cut. Why they made the cut? Right profit factor, win percentage, combination. Personally, I don't care why they make the cut. I just care about what alerts we get from them. I don't care from what strategy they come from, what version or segment of the AI. To me, it's more important to know what are the alerts. So, in order to see the alerts, of course, you need our premium service. And from the toolbar, just click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. The Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that'll pop up, and then you can see the alerts as they come in during the day. You have an entry price. You have a stop price. You don't have to take it right at the entry. You can watch how it trades a bit. You can use it as a watch list all day long. You know, you might get multiple entry points during the day. You know, so that's how I use it. I use it as a watch list. And then it's really up to you to manage the trades. Now, a word about what Trade Ideas is. Obviously, we're a scanner. We're scanning software. I call it event-based scanning. What do I mean by that? So take a look at my basic new highs and lows. So I have, these are the filters that I'm using. Now, again, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing, but of course you can change. You know, if you don't like the price range that I've got here, you can always just change the price range. You don't like the volume I've got, you know, you can change it. But these are the filters that I'm using. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we see these stocks here. So that's kind of the event that I have created. We have a lot of alerts and filters to choose from. I'm not going to go over them all, obviously, but here are all the alerts. You know, and down here, I mean, there are lots and lots of alerts, and anything with an icon that looks like this, these are all the filters. So instead of having to know a programming language, what we did is we created all these alerts and filters. So kind of a la carte, you kind of pick and choose the ones you want to create your event. So you don't have to know a programming language at all. Okay? Made it pretty simple for you to, for you to create your own event. You don't have to. I mean, you can use the ones that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. But as you get used to Trade Ideas, you'll probably want to create your own, alert windows and top list windows. Yeah, I'm going to go over that. The big difference, let me just show you. I mean, the big difference, somebody asked, what is the difference between the Pro there we are. I should have mentioned this before. All right, bingo's getting my interest again, but first, duty calls. All right, the big difference is the AI, okay? There are some differences, other differences, but the main reason why anybody will take our premium service is because they want the AI. Now, if you're into creating your own strategies and you want to back test your strategies, I mean, that is another reason. But the absolute majority of people who take our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI, which looks like this, okay? Getting the alerts, stop price, laid out for you, okay? Then you manage the trades as you see fit. So that's the main reason. Give me a moment here. All right, now I want to go over one other aspect before we talk about Brokerage Plus, because I know some people get a little bit confused about all this. So I just want to make sure you understand there's a little principle I'm going to talk about here. Just a second here. Okay, I'm just watching the bingo. We have what we call an external, now this is only available in the app, okay? If you're using a web-based version, this is not available. But we have, if you click on the toolbar and you see we have something called external linking. So we link with many brokerage platforms. And what does linking do? If you click, when you establish your link with your brokerage platform, when you click on a symbol in Trade Ideas, it'll load into your brokerage platform, okay? And then from there you can trade it. So why would you want to do that? Give me a moment here. Why would you want to do that? It's a time saver. Instead of having to type this symbol into your brokerage platform, every time you see a symbol that shows up, it's just a big time saver to be able to just click on the symbol and then from within your brokerage platform, you can trade it. Doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, okay? So, but we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers, that you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus, so that you can establish the link with Interactive Brokers and then trade using this window instead of from within your Interactive Brokers account. So why would you want to do that? Well, first of all, I'm going to pop this into the room. Why do you want to know, Sanchez? It can get you into trouble. I'll show you, but I'll show you, but don't, if you pin a window, just make sure you know what you're doing, okay? Because the problem is you can overlay, you don't realize you've got pinned windows and you keep loading the same layout over and over and over again, and all of a sudden you create multiple occurrences underneath. But if you just have to right click and pin. Okay, so that window there, or sorry, not window, but the Brokerage Plus intro that I just popped into the room, that's a video that shows you how you can use this Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So you can do things like set up what we call one-click trading. Let's just say you clicked on XELB, you like what you saw, You look at the chart, you say, yep, I want to trade it. You can go back very quickly and you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. And watch that video. That's going to show you exactly how you do all this. So, I mean, it's not quite auto trading. You know, people want to talk about auto trading. I don't. This is so close. To me, it makes a lot of sense to click on the symbol, see where there might be some resistance, what the market is doing, and then you can just go right back. Within seconds, you can just basically pick how you want to trade it. It's what we call one-click trading. And that video shows you how you can do it. And for that, you need an Interactive Brokers account. Now, the other big reason to have Brokerage Plus is if you're new to trading, you click on the simulator and now you can practice trading, okay? Practice trading. And it's very easy to do. First of all, it uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. So you click on an alert. Notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're going to go long, you buy. If you're going to short, you sell. Now, here are some interesting things you can also do. Let's just say, for instance, with the let's pick something here. IPDN, how is it doing right now? Let's say you wanted to take this one on a pullback to 380. Okay, you see it here, and you said, you know what? I wouldn't mind taking it if it holds this area. That might be a good area to get in. So what you can do is, first of all, of course, you pick how many shares you want to get in. I'll say 300. And I want to get in at 380. Okay, and click the buy button. And you can see right on the chart, right on that chart there, all the charts, if it goes down to 380, it'll take the trade. So, you know, for those of you who like to, you know, maybe get in on a pullback, that's how you can do it. Set up a conditional buy order on a pullback. You could also have done kind of the reverse. If you saw something, then you thought, you know what, if it can take out, you know, the high of the day, there's no resistance above that. So you could have done the same thing and put a conditional buy order above the current price. I'm going to leave it here, see if it happens. This is in the simulator. Now let's take bingo. Let's take the trade right now just to show you how that works. And what's the price? Yeah, the spread is only a penny, so I could buy. I just bought. So you see how it just appeared here? Now, we always talk about having a stop. Unfortunately, not every trade is going to work for you. So you have to have a price in which you're going to get out of the trade. Now, it should be based on something, not just, well, every trade I'm going to risk 10 cents. You know, look at the chart. You see, you know, if I looked at this chart, I'd say, well, it looks like there's pretty good support around 212. You know, if it goes down below that, I should be out of the trade. So I can add a stop order. Again, I'm just showing you how you do this. So you can see right there, if it goes down to 209, it'll take me out for a $61 loss. Now, the other thing that establishes, we always talk about this too. My advice is that when you get into a trade, you should know how much you're willing to lose on the trade. Be it $100, be it $50, and it's all going to be dependent on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk it. You shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say, you know, you're willing to risk $100 a trade. So if you had a 20-cent stop, like this is almost a 20-cent stop, right? I get in at 230. My stop's at 209. That's about a 20-cent stop. So that means if I were willing to risk $100 a trade, how many shares would I take? Well, it's pretty simple math. 500 shares times 20 cents is $100. So I could take 100, if I were willing to risk $100 on this trade, I could take 500 shares. And you really should maintain your risk the same for every trade. You don't want to go, well, I'm going to risk $100 this trade and 500 the next, and especially don't get into revenge trading. Okay, let me just try to answer your question here. Are you sure you typed it in caps? And you added the percent? Let me just show you, because I know it works. Have to add that percent sign, okay? Old Lang Syne, all in caps, 25%. I just typed it in, it works. So you must have typed it in wrong, okay? It has to be exactly, you can copy and paste. That's why I put it in there. Now, are you an existing customer? Well, put the 25% in. It's got to be 25%, okay? Otherwise the code's not going to work. Okay? So just put the 25% in and it'll work. Well, did it go through? Did the subscription go through? Okay, so here's what I can. Okay, I'm going to private email you, okay, or message you. Hopefully you'll see it. Give me your email address. Just a second. How come? Just a minute. Just trying to get this thing to pop up. Okay, hopefully you can see the private chat that I've just started with you. Just put test in here. Just give me your email address and I'll notify Kelly and she can make the adjustment to your account, okay? I'm just waiting for you to, hopefully you can see that private chat. Okay. Give me a moment here. Okay, I have just passed it on to her, so you should be getting something from her, okay? Yeah, she just got it, so she should be contacting you, okay? Okay, so where was I? I was going through my spiel here. Oh, we're talking about, I was talking about how, you should not vary the amount you're going to lose per trade. You always have to think that way, guys. You can't think, this is trading. Trading is hard. You're going to lose on trades. You always have to have a manageable risk. So you don't want to get into revenge trading though. So if you lose, the $100, say you're going to risk $100, you lose it. You don't want to get mad and say, well, man, I better risk 200 the next trade so I can make back that 100 I lost, and then when I make it on this trade, I'll be up 100. You just can't think of it like that. Next thing you know, you're down 300. And then you revenge trade again. I'm going to risk 400 the next trade, and on it goes. Yeah, you can't. Okay, so Saif, many times, if you have my halts resumes, many times a new IPO will show up as a resume. Okay, it's not 100%, but many times that's what happens. Okay, so if you can have my halts resumes. The other way is that you can just go to a website. This is what I do. I was asked how to get alerts on new IPOs. And this is what I do. Because if you're interested in IPOs, here's a great website that shows them all. Okay. I'll just pop this in the room here too. Yeah, I don't believe that. All China stocks banned in the U.S. I don't believe that. I mean, they've been talking about that for a while, but I don't believe that. Listen, anything can happen. Okay, the trailing stop. So I don't use a trailing stop. What I would do is this, okay? A lot of people want to have a trailing stop, and the trailing stop to me is sort of an artificial percentage or a dollar amount, okay? Now, if you're in 20 trades at the same time, I get it. But if you're like me and only in a few trades, 2 or 3 at the very most at the same time, then I would be using this as a trailing stop. If this trade started to work well, I would just keep moving this line up right on the chart, and in another area on the chart where I would think, okay, there's another support area, a higher area. Let's say this stock got up to 260. I could easily move this up and up and up as a trailing stop on areas on the chart that made sense, where there are areas of support that if it broke down, probably should be out of the trade. So that is how I would that's how I would use the chart as a trailing stop. It makes a lot more sense than some arbitrary, 0.5%, 1%, 10 cents, 20 cents below. So Marcelo, I don't really. I mean, I can show. The question was, do I set up a profit area? I mean, I can right now. I can put a I could put something in here if I want. So I'll put 260. Okay, so you'll see it'll show up right on the chart. Where is it going to be? Just waiting for it to show up. The problem is it's way above here. Oh, there it is. Okay, you can see it on the monthly chart. So right now, if the stock got up to 260 and I just let this happen, it would take me up for a $91 profit. If it goes down to 209, it'll take me up for a $61 loss. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do it, okay? You wouldn't want to have that sort of a risk reward, number one, but I'm just showing you how you can do it. Same thing, this line, if it approached 260, I could move this higher. I'd move it higher. Why would I, if the trade is still working, why would I get out? Okay, so yes, you can put a profit target in if you want. Well, the way I was doing it, you put it in manually here, and I am not, I'm not going to go over it because I want you to watch that video. You can set up ahead of time, how many shares you're going to buy, what stop you're going to use, etc., etc. Okay, so all that would be automatically right on the chart. Okay, I just showed you the very easy manual way to do all this. And yes, you just drag the line. So once you just drag the line, whatever you want. Now, you don't have to do it that way, of course. You want to get out of a trade right now, you can flatten it. These are hotkeys. You can flatten it. You can get out of half your trade. You can double your position. Or you can go here and you can say, well, I only want to trade 100 shares. Pick the price you want to get out at. I'm trying to show you the very simple way to use the simulator. For paper trading. For those of you who are brand new to the market, do not commit money to the market until you've practiced trading. You can also use this to practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this by the end of the day, it'll carry over tomorrow. Okay? Ooh. Just a minute. I have to tell Kelly that. Okay, I'll private message you again. Please give it to me correctly this time. Okay, I'm waiting. This is the email that you use to sign up, okay? Okay, I'm waiting. I got things to do, so hopefully you can get that email to me pretty right now. Okay, do you not see the pop-up? The private, just like you saw it before? Okay, listen, I can't, I've got other things I have to do, so. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to exit this. Let me know when you're ready, okay? Because I'm sorry, but I have other things I have to do. It didn't? Okay, well, I just popped it up again. Okay, just waiting. Okay, thank you. Okay, there you go. I've just given it to her again, so. Okay, what platform I am using to trade, as in Interactive Brokers? That's what I use to trade, Interactive Brokers. Okay. Well, I don't know how to answer that, Hill. I mean, there's no such thing as the best. I mean, you've got a 2 minute chart, a 5 minute chart, a 15. I don't know what the best is. Depends on the time frame you like, but I mean, it's impossible to answer a question like that. Well, I mean, the volume on 1 minute, that's what the momentum up does. I mean, it's looking at 1 minute volume bursts, 5 minute volume bursts. So, I mean, if you're looking for, volume that is coming in, obviously the 1 minute, just like I've got here, it's not so much a chart you're looking at. It's, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. So I think that's what you're talking about. Not so much a chart. Okay, let me start. Okay, I'm a little bit behind in questions. Okay, so let me make sure I get some. What is the alpha stock of the day? Well, I don't know. There's a few. Anything, IPDN earlier certainly was the alpha stock of the day. I don't know what it is right now, but a stock that went from $1.30 up to $5.50. Okay, so the RBI 5. So I think you're talking about right here. This is part of our premium service. I don't use it. I don't use it. For me, I need more filters. Basically, what it does is, are you familiar what the RBI is? It'll look for, in this particular case, it'll look for three. You'll have to have on a 5 minute chart. You'll have to have 4 green candles, and then the fifth candle will be red, totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the 6th candle is green. And you'll get an alert, a real-time alert, when that last candle moves above. What happened here? When it moves above the high of that red candle. So just think of it like this: you've got 4 green candles, you've got a red candle totally engulfed by the previous green one, and then the next candle is green again. It's like a pause in the uptrend. So we call a red bar ignored. So you kind of ignore the red bar, and the trend is continuing. And that the RBI 5, 15, and 30, there's just the different time frames. Okay? The Rangers, you found it? Okay. You're looking at beam and trying to make sense of it. You mean... All right, well, so beam is a short. So every strategy, virtually every strategy, and this one that came from whatever produced beam, it'll have a target. I don't pay any attention to the targets because I think they're just artificial, but that's the target. Okay? I mean, it's that simple. All these strategies here, they're all optimized for, some of them are like you have a time stop. This is a 60-minute hold. Most of them now are almost all-day holds, unless, of course, they get stopped out or something else, an algo kicks in. But for instance, this is a good example. Okay, this one is a 60-minute hold. If there was an alert produced from this particular strategy called Nickelback, a 60-minute hold, and it was still working, because the algo kicks you out, doesn't mean if the trade is still working, why would you get out just because this overall strategy has been optimized for a 60-minute hold? I always look at it this way. Look at the individual stock coming from the strategy. If it's still working, why would you get out? So the same thing with the target here. That's a big target, I have to admit. But, the target, I mean, if it were still working, why would you get out? But, Beam, I don't even know where it is. So Bond Shorty, so it has a big target for whatever reason. That's just the way the strategy has been optimized. The only thing I 100% follow is the stop. If it hits the stop and I happen to be in an AI trade, I definitely get out. Everything else, I'll manage on my own. All right, one moment, please. All right. Oh, that's why that happened. Remember on the IPDN, I put in a conditional buy order at 381 down here. So it on a pullback, so it took the trade. Now at this point, you always, again, even on a conditional pullback order, you always have to know, of course, okay, if it took the trade at 381, where would I get out? Okay, if it works against me. So again, you would always have to have a stop in place. All right. So, and that would always be ahead of time because that will determine how many shares you would take if you got filled at the pullback. So I'm going to put a stop here. Again, this is all be determined ahead of time. I just want to show you though how you do it. And so there's the stop right on the chart. Now you don't have to obey the stop in terms of waiting for, for me, the stops are the absolute maximum that I'll get out of a trade. All right. But a lot of times, if I don't like the way something is trading, I'll get out before my stop. But there's no way I don't obey my stop. Now, the other thing is, if you're the sort of person that you have all the best intentions in the world and you put stops in, you hear me saying how you should have a stop, and you say, okay, yeah, that makes sense, I'll put a stop in, but, all of a sudden, your stock that you're in starts approaching your stop price and you start second guessing yourself and you say, you know what, that stop is probably too close, too near, I better adjust it downwards because I know this trade is going to work. I mean, I just know it is. So you start adjusting your stop downwards, and of course it keeps moving down, and you keep moving it down. And then finally, you give up because you're moving it down and you cannot believe it's not working. And now you get stopped, and you'll let it happen, you get stopped out. But instead of that little $100 manageable loss, it's turned into a $500 loss. So that is where allowing the system to automatically take you out will help you. Because the stops are unemotional. It takes you out, that's it, you move on. Yeah, so I'm sharing my I think I know what you mean, downtime. I think I know what you mean. So I am sharing my layout, which does include that. Okay, but that's a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Just one moment, please. All right, sorry about that. There is no options trading in the AI. So that'll answer that question. All right, have I answered everybody's questions so far? If I haven't answered your question, just repost it, please. I'm just trying to scroll up. I just don't see anything. I do want to make sure I've answered everybody's questions. Okay, sure. That I will answer. Just a minute. Just give me one moment as I make an adjustment. Just a minute. Gotta make sure that code is correct. Okay. Okay, so there it is. Who asked the question? Deep Harness. Okay, so I just posted it underneath. There's the promo code. There's the promo code. Just click on my homepage link, and there's the promo code to use. Make sure it's all got to be in capital letters, 25%. Okay, you have to have that percent sign. Don't forget it. All right, guys, am I allowed to say anything about bingo? As I was doing all that stuff. And one of the clues is when I start putting price alerts. I said I wanted to get back into this one after that pullback. So yeah, this is starting to work out nicely, and it could be a little more relaxing now. 153 million in the float. So well, that's good, William. I'm very glad they don't. No, neither does IB. So you can mess around with another one, okay? And Bingo was his name? Is that the song? Wow, this is turning into all right. I mean, it still in theory has room. I don't know where it's going, but it still has. Why don't you do a Google search? You know, check halt stocks. Probably Nasdaq. I don't know. I mean, you know, this is most of the time. But if you're looking for more information, just do a Google search on that. I don't have a website for you, so. All right, let me get my marks here. Oh, wow. This is really starting to move here, guys. I might be taking some out here. Listen, I'm doing what I'm doing, okay? I'm not telling you guys to take anything out. I'm just. Okay, so took some out. Great percentage move. Yes, as long as you do it within 30 days, deep harness, okay? So not open interest, okay? But yes, so the question was about, does Trade Ideas give scans on options volume and open interest? So these are the scans we have for options. All right, some obvious ones: the put call ratio, options volume today, put and call volume today. Okay, those are some pretty standard ones. This one here, options volume, is actually the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this one is the interesting one, the option volume today percent. So using that, if you use that filter, and say you put 200 in here. So remember I was saying we have this one, the option volume. That's the average, okay, over the last 10 days. So if I put 200 here, 200%, what that means is that if a stock is traded, say on average 2,000 contracts a day over the last 10 days, for you to see that stock today, it will have to trade 4,000. In other words, double 200%. Okay? If that's going to help you trade options, great. I know there are people in the room that use it and it seems to help them, but it's not showing open interest or anything like that. Okay, so no video guides, but here. This is the 20 and 20. This is the 20 short lessons. And it's all text-based, but I think it's really easy to follow. Okay, the 20 short lessons. And it'll take you right from, downloading, of course, and then the channel bar and track your favorite stocks. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. All of the basic features. It's all text-based. I think it's really easy to follow. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I really, really recommend that you take a look at those 20 short lessons. Okay? Yeah, so what you can do downtime is maybe a little, well, I don't think it's too confusing, but what you can do is you can bring back my layout and then save these individual windows to the cloud. Save the individual windows to the cloud, then bring back your layout and then load these windows from the cloud into your layout and then save your layout again, if that makes sense. That makes sense? You can't merge the two layouts together. Does that make sense, what I said to do? Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So bring back my layout, okay? Make sure, of course, your layout that you've saved it. bring back my layout, then take the individual windows, right click on the individual windows, right click, save or share to cloud, save. So you're going to save the individual windows to the cloud. Then bring back your layout. And then file load from cloud the individual windows. They're not going to be layouts, they're going to be the individual windows. Okay? Then once you have those individual windows, then save your layout again with the 3 windows included. Yeah, we don't, unfortunately, Tango, we don't do it like that. You can't get a trial again until the full trial is available to everybody, which might be in February. So downtime and to others, okay, the question was, I mean, the person had their own layout, and then they wanted to incorporate these 3 windows into their layout. So, I've got my shared layout that I do share. So you could bring back that layout. Then and this is what I do for virtually every window. Not only do I save my layouts to the cloud, but I save individual windows to the cloud. Because I never know when I might want to bring one back. I've got my layout that I've got, but sometimes, I've got a lot of different alerts and scans that I have developed over the years. They're all in my cloud. Every now and then I'll say, I wonder what this one's doing. I haven't seen it for a while. I'll take a look at it, think, yeah, I kind of like it. Maybe I get rid of something that I've got on my current layout and replace it. So that's why I save every individual window to the cloud, as well as my layout. I would say the answer is 0, Jonathan, unfortunately, okay? Okay, let me just, I'm getting to more questions. I will give you a little blog that was done about, for Mac users, but yeah, I think it's 0 that will develop anything for the Mac. We're trying to increase the functionality more and more of our web-based version. I don't trade options at all, nope. Okay, so again, for you who asked, Very Green, first day, do you have a video? I would really encourage you to take a look at this 20 short lessons, okay? All text-based, but it goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Okay, that's for you, sweet. Okay, let me, Mary, I'll get to your question. Let me just make sure Sam had to reset all the indicators. So are you talking about on your charts? Okay, so you should be able to, now I'm on a development version, so I'm not 100% sure, but you should have something that says indicators, and if you click on one, if you've got something up there loaded, you should be able to just remove. Okay, hopefully that's what it looks like for you. I'm on a development version, so maybe it's modify indicator parameters. In which case you can click on remove indicator, remove indicator, remove indicator. Okay, in yours it might say modify, but you should see something when you right click on the chart. Okay, so did I think bingo was going to run again? No, I mean, I didn't have a crystal ball knowing it was going to run again, but we had looked, if you were in the room yesterday, you know that we had been looking at bingo for a long, long time. It had a lot of room when you looked left. You know, the ability, without a lot of chart resistance, to get up to that 450 area. Not saying it's ever going to do it, but when you look at these longer term time frames, it was definitely getting into a great looking area of where there was a big void or a gap above it. So did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. But I did trade it after hours. One of the very few times I've traded a stock after hours. So this was always going to be in my radar this morning. But, you know, did I know it was going to do this? Of course not. I shouldn't say it like that. I don't mean, of course not, dismissively. I just mean, no, I did not know it was going to do this. But, you know, I just like to put the odds in my favor. I got it. Remember, I took this trade early, and I took myself out for a very minor gain before I got back in again. All right, so Preston, hopefully that answered your question. And Mary Vuzi, VUZI. Let's see what VUZI is all about. So I'm assuming you got up here. You're well, okay. We always start off with. One moment, please. I just had a message for me. Okay, so so I look at Vuzi, and you know, it's having a decent day today, but I'm assuming you got up here. Now, you didn't have a stop, I'm assuming. I mean, it's you know, I don't know really what to say. I mean, if it could find its way to take out that 973, which is the high looking left a couple of days ago, it could still struggle to get through that whole number of 10. I mean, it had a tremendous run. It might be just a little bit of profit taking. I don't know. Is there specific news today on it? I don't see any specific. Receives follow-on M400 Smart Class orders from etc. So, I mean, so there's some news on it today. So, I guess that has helped stem the flow or the tide on the way down. So, not sure what else I can add. I'm assuming you don't have a stop on it. So when you got into the trade, and I'm assuming this was a swing trade, not a, or even if it was an intraday trade. So you didn't really have a stop on it, did you? In other words, if it got to a certain level, you were going to get out of the trade. You know, I mean, I can't really offer any more on that. I mean, you've got to hope that it holds 8. You know, there's the two lows right there. But, yeah. So, I mean, that's just hopefully for you it comes back. What was your, what did you get into? What was the price you got into it at? And was it a 9? You mean 10? You must mean 10. Are we talking about the same stock? Because you're up a little bit. So you must be talking about you probably meant 10 or 9 something. 10. Okay. So you got in up here and probably yeah. I mean, was it a swing trade or was it an intraday trade? Yeah, so I mean, if I had been in a 10, and I don't know what day you got in, was it the 22nd or the 23rd? Anyway, the bottom line is that, you know, I'm not sure where I would have put my stop. I mean, certainly the low of one of those days, you know, which would have dictated how many shares I would take, depending on how much I was willing to risk on the trade. But you know, look, the good thing is that it's trying to come back for you. So I'm not saying I'm not saying to sell it now. I'm not saying, you know, you have to determine what you want to do with it now. I mean, the only good thing is that it did have some news today, and it's trying to come, or yesterday anyway, and it's trying to come back a little bit. But the next time, what are you going to do? Have a stop is what I want you to say. Okay, I'll talk a little bit about the trade of the week. So it has not been officially stopped out. All right. So when you took that trade at 980 with a stop at 9, you had an 80-cent stop. Okay. How much were you planning to lose on the trade if it didn't work out? In a dollar amount. How much were you planning to lose? Because, you know, that should dictate how many shares you're going to take. No, I know, but the stop loss is one thing, but, you know, so you had an 80-cent stop then. If you got in at 980 and the stop is at 9, so you have an 80-cent stop. So you would take that, you know, I'm just doing some quick math. Well, then I look, I don't want to, I'm not dumping on you, and I'm dumping on anybody else who might be in the same situation. But that's just, you know, a swing trade is no different from an intraday trade. You have to plan. If it doesn't work out, you have to plan for when you're going to get out, which is $9, okay? But that's going to dictate how many shares you're going to take. Let's just do some simple math. If you were going to risk $200 on that trade, you could have taken about 230 shares, okay, give or take. 230 times 80 cents is $200, okay? You have to, you know, not every trade is going to work out. Even the swing trades, not even, but swing trades, okay? So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can either wait for the stop or you can get out now ahead of the stop. But, you know, not every trade is going to work out. I mean, that's what we, you know, I don't teach trading, but I mean, if the one thing we try to drum into people's heads in the trading room is, you know, having realistic expectations about a trade. If it works against you, you have to have a manageable exit in terms of how much you're willing to lose on the trade. I'm not out. I'm not out of bingo. I took some out. Okay, I took some out. I am not out of bingo though. Any formula? I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, your stop loss. I mean, you know, he put his stop loss of 9. I think it was, you know, if you read the email, it was something to do with the anchored VWAP or something like that. Okay, so I mean, that's what he used there. But is there an overall formula? No. No. Just you've got it a little bit backwards. If you like what I said with the bingo, if you got in at 980 and you know your stop is at $9, so you have 80-cent risk. You have an 80-cent risk. You take that 80 cents and you divide it into how much you're willing to risk in a dollar amount on the trade. So if you were willing to risk $200 on the trade, then you divide 80 cents into 200, and that'll determine how many shares you're going to take, which is say 230 odd shares. Yeah, this bingo could get really, I mean, can it take out 3? I mean, that's the next level. And just an awesome little trade so far. Well, I think what you're talking about, though, Steve, is, if you get into a trade, if I'm going to risk 80 cents a trade, I have to have the expectation that I can make at least $1.60 on the trade. Okay, otherwise you're not going to get into the trade. You're not going to risk 80 cents to make 10 cents, obviously. Okay, so when you looked at that email, I think he said that potential target was 250 or something like that. So obviously, or 1250. So if you subtract 1250 from, or 980 from 1250, of course that's over $1.60. So that's why, it was chosen like that. You don't get into a trade unless you can, with a reasonable expectation. Now you might say, well, how do you know how much you can make? Well, you don't. Of course you don't. But that's where you allow the charts to tell you how much further can a trade go, can a stock go without encountering resistance. That's why we look at the bingo. I mean, just look left. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 470, but when you look at the chart, you say, well, okay, at least there's no chart resistance. The 200-day moving average isn't blocking it. There's going to be a lot of other reasons why a stock doesn't keep moving up, but at least you can look at a chart and say, well, it's got a lot of room to go. All right, let's take a look at, I'm just going to put an alert for bingo right at 3, see if I can induce it. And here's a great example, okay? So it took me out of the trade because I put in this target of 260, I think, okay, just to show you how you do it. Would I get out of that trade at 260? Of course not. So, had I been really watching, I would not have allowed that trade to take me out at 260. I would have kept moving that target up and up and up. Well, again, for all the reasons, because I'm a momentum trader, JT, if I see a lot of room on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart, it gets me really interested in the trade. Room meaning, there's a big void or a gap or blue sky, whatever you want to call it, above where the price is. That doesn't mean I just chase something. Like I wouldn't be chasing this on the way up, okay? But a little rest right there, a little rest right there, that got me interested again in that trade. So that's why I got it. But because it had all this room, the potential to keep moving higher. Now, so, the SEAC actually moved very well. Where was the original alert? SEAC was right around here. SEAC, so the same sort of thing, but you see, I remember looking at this, and I look at the weekly chart. There's probably a lot of resistance not that far away. Now, when it was $1.10, you know, but I kind of lost sight of this. But looks like to me, there's a lot of resistance right around $1.40. So would I get in this trade right now? No, $1.35. It looks like there's a lot of resistance right around $1.50. As an example. Wow. Can it take out 3? Look at this. Look at this week it's had. I mean, this started at 89 cents. What a week this has had. I mean, this is it here. 90 odd cents. Well, yesterday even. Just yesterday. I mean, this was under $1. And the news, I mean, granted a 180-day extension by NASDAQ to maintain its listing, I guess, to regain compliance with bid price rules. So, I mean, I don't see any specific news on it other than that, but I guess that's good enough. Okay, so to set your local time. Now, I'll tell you this. This is what I do. I mean, I'm in Vancouver, but I set my computer and Trade Ideas to East Coast time. If I have my IB account is set to East Coast time, everything is set to East Coast time just to make it easier. I mean, I'm not saying you have to do that, but in order to set time though, so from the toolbar, click on Tools, Options, and where it says Time Options right there, okay? You can set your time. Now it says local time because my computer is set to East Coast time. But okay, so let me do that one more time for you. So from the toolbar, click on Tools, Options, and then Time Options. And then here you have all your various time options. Okay, did you get that? Okay. Yeah. So Christopher, I thought you asked that. Maybe you're asking generally because I don't trade the VIX, so I have no insight on that. All right, guys, I've taken some more off. I mean, I always have that mental struggle of something trying to take out that whole number. So I've taken some more off. You don't have to, but that's for the bingo. And I'll be on my break in about 10 minutes. And yes, Michael Noss is going to be in the YouTube feed. So if those of you with questions about how to use Brokerage Plus with your Interactive Brokers account or setting up things like one-click trading, Michael Noss, I would encourage you to go to the YouTube feed at noon. I'm going to give you the link right now. And you can ask him all the questions you want. All right. Yeah, I haven't even looked at the SPY. Yeah, it looks like it wants to start to drift down a little bit here. There's a bit of an ominous candle forming on that 15-minute chart. But somebody asked earlier, what is an alpha stock? This is an alpha stock, guys. Bingo. It doesn't care what the market's doing. BNGO. I mean, look at the market flat. Look at this one. That is your classic definition of an alpha stock. Does not care what the rest of the market's doing. I don't even know. It doesn't care really what its sector is doing. It's trading on its own. And that's one thing Traded is excellent at doing, is locating these alpha stocks. Now, do they all do bingo? Of course not. Yeah, my thoughts on that one is that it's a tough one to trade. It's certainly intraday trade. I mean, look how choppy it is. You know, I mean, it had a great, pre-market. It was way up, but it's been a very choppy one to trade. I know it was an AI alert, and I know we had a re-entry on it. So you could have, you made some money on the re-entry, but it is a very choppy one. For a $15 stock with 4 million in the float, that's why you get these kind of wild moves. I just find it difficult to trade. Let's take a look at the SPY. All right, so the all-time high was back, is that yesterday, really? I guess the all-time high was yesterday. Okay, up there. Well, I don't know when you got into the trading room, but I was talking about Indo in the pre-market and saying be incredibly careful with it. You reminded me, with that low float, 1.5 million, 1.4 million in the float. So much like the APY 2 days ago. Obviously the wrong symbol. What is it? AC? What was that symbol? Definitely UUU yesterday. Okay. And when I saw that ACY, we were right, sorry. ACY, 2 days ago. UUU yesterday. When I saw this one, INDO, I just immediately thought of those. And we talked about it in the pre-market, and I kind of said, if you're, don't do it. I mean, I have to bring it up because it's a pre-market mover. No, they're not all. The trades of the week are not all going to work. But if you look at the track record, it's been awesome for 2 months. So you have one that didn't work. Okay, you just move on. It still hasn't, in theory, been stopped out, but I mean, it's obviously pretty close. All right, guys. Well, okay, 11:51. So I'm gonna put the announcement in. because Michael will be starting pretty soon in the YouTube feed. Again, if you want to talk about Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers account and how to trade it, etc., you know, go to the YouTube feed. Wrong. Just a minute. Just doing it again. Boy, this one has been in rippage mode. Look at this HIMX. I know I've been hearing it, ringing in my ear. Have not been able to do anything about it. Look at the break on the daily. So you look at this one. So looking left, 820 is the next high looking left. So that's getting close to that high. After that, 882. So I mean, it takes out 8, but you know what I call anyway, the fantasy void is way up here. So I mean, I had a great month last month. A little bit of a continuation. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. It's out of Taiwan. Okay, I guess that's the Taiwanese flag. All right, guys, I'm going to just put the announcement in here. I'm not going to leave until Michael gives me the notice that he's in the room, in the YouTube feed. Yeah, just give me a moment, please. Yeah, it's sort of a little bit over that channel right now in the 30-minute, not on the 15, over the channel in the 30-minute. Still kind of, it's hugging that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart, HIMX. But I absolutely. And now, William, I have drawn the Bollinger Bands here on the 2-minute. So I'm assuming it has not, yeah, it has not broken above. Correct. So that's why you're talking about 810. I see it looks like around 805 or so. Is that why you're... So the 5-minute, okay, yeah. So our Bollinger Bands are basically the same as whatever you're using. 812. So what William, and even on the 2, it's about the same. A little, obviously the 2 is a little more aggressive. Gets you in a little bit earlier. Not sure. I'm not sure if the Bollinger Bands are available yet for you guys. I know that obviously they are in this development version. I'm not sure they're available yet. right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Okay, guys, I'm just switching headsets also. Yeah, these prices typically get updated. It's like their charts. You know, the charts are about an 8 to 10 second refresh. All right, so Michael is in the room. I see you, Michael. Okay, so I'll stop the streaming now. Thanks, Michael. Have a good time.
Okay, everyone. If people can let me know if you can hear and see me. Well, not me, I guess. The desktop right here. I just heard myself, so I think I'm going to be okay there. Hey, Sam. All right, so I guess people are hearing me. All right, getting everything set up here. All right, guys. So, since we got everyone here and everything's good, let me just go over kind of what we do here. We give Barry a nice, much needed little time off to go take a break and grab a sandwich or something, and we open up the room here for a full hour of Q&A. Oh, and I just see that we're doing some tweets. So we'll do some tweets here as well. Yeah, so a full hour totally based on 100% support, asking questions about trading, about you know, trade ideas, about anything like that. Oh, the playlist. Oh, yes, for the Back to Basics series with my wife. That's great. So yeah, I don't want to brag too much, but I'm a big fan of that series as well, where let me just post what he's talking about here, where I took my wife, Jess, who was just interested in learning to trade, and kind of said, why don't we go from the absolute beginning to the absolute advance of trading? And now she's kind of paper trading and going away with that. So again, questions are great because we generally don't have much prepared coming into these. I had some tech issues this morning. I was able to get everything just sorted out before the stream, and I don't know, there may be one tech nerd in here that understands this, but this is actually Windows on ARM that's running Trade Ideas. So it was kind of interesting to see for that one guy who will know what I'm talking about. So let's start there, Brian, with the Trade the Gap channel. Is that the one? Can you go over the Trade the Gap channel? Yeah, that is Trade the Gap. So let's open this guy up and see here. Well, let's take a look. So again, how you trade these things are obviously going to be up to you and your trading plan. But I can just go over what the scans mean. And so these two windows here, these are what we call top lists, which essentially just filter information. So what this is doing is it's filtering stocks that are gapping, but that are at the high of the day and that are at the low of the day, right? So this one gapped down, you can see it's at or near the low of the day. And this little graphical indicator that you see, do I even have my pen? No, sorry, I have a new version of Windows, so I don't have my pen here, I apologize. But this little graphical indicator here, this bar basically shows you how close, what the position in range is. So the more red this bar is, and the closer it is to the left-hand side here, the lower in that range. So this one's right near the range. But if I click on, say, one of these ones right here, like UUU, that's going to be smack dab in the middle of the range. That's what we see on the chart here. So it's a way to kind of get a quick chart without needing a chart. You know, so for example, if I want this stock that's gapped down, this A1, I can see that it's gapped down, but I can also see it's at the high of the day before I even bring up the chart. So if I click on this, now I can confirm that yes, that's at the high of the day. And then the other one's just going the other way around, where it's looking for stocks that gapped up. So if I wanted something that gapped up, but it was at the low of the day, I could see, I already know CVAX at or near the lows, and it's right there. And Jan is at or near the lows, just like that. So that's the position and range right there. And yeah, for Roxana, that is the daily range in this scan. But of course, you can take these and you can do whatever you want with them. You can change them into position in yesterday's range or in this week's range, or, you know. AJ, define does not work. If it's not updating, it means you don't have a data plan from IB that's giving that data to you. We don't generate the bid and the ask from Brokerage Plus. That's an Interactive Brokers thing. So if it's not populating, it just means you're not paying for the correct data plan, or there's just some issue. These gap movers are just that. They're looking for stocks that gap and move. And then this M window here is a multi-strategy window, which is looking for stocks. So A gap and crap is basically just something that gapped up and sold off right away. Gap down and go is kind of the opposite of a gap and crap, right? This thing gapped up and then, or sorry, gapped down and now it's pushing up, right? So all these things are just looking for different movers on gaps. So a gap up and go, right, is something that gapped up and then is pushing higher. So again, how you use that is going to be entirely up to your written and tested trading plan, but that's kind of the meat and potatoes of it there. So Iris, you said you wanted help building an alert. So sure, let me know what your alert that you're looking for is, and let me know what problem you're having with it. How do you save your default Brokerage Plus layout? All you do is you go down here to your title bar, click File, and Save and Share to Cloud. And when this box comes up, click Entire Layout, and then save it, and it will open up the same way it came through. So you're looking for the breakout of a consolidation of a 30-minute time frame. So I'm sure you've already gone in and you searched for tech issues. All right, what's going on here? Sorry, again, this is a virtual machine. That seems to be being a bit weird. What is it doing? All right, let's do this. Let's switch over to the web version for now. Sorry, guys, issues. So let's move. One second here. Let's move us over to the web version. Long and short of it, again, for that one nerd that understands, is I'm trying to just make sure that with this movement from x86 processors to ARM processors that our system runs. And it seems to, but we just need to work some things out. So if I go to I just pull this guy up here. Like that. There we go. Okay, Iris. So I'm sure you've already done this research yourself, but let me just show you. So if I want a new alert window, and then I'm looking for a consolidation, right? I'm sure we've gone through and we've searched for consolidation, and we see that there's a 30-minute consolidation breakout right there. So you would just select that, and then of course, you need to find your filters. So where do you want it to be, right? How much volume you want it to be, what the price is, what the where it is in today's range and yesterday's range and the year's range, and is it up on the day or down on the day? Is it above a moving average or below a moving average? Which again, you would have all these in your trading plan before you would build a scan for it. So just refer to your trading plan. And for example, and I know you know all this. So for example, if you want it, it above the 10-day moving average, you would just go say, okay, well, here is the 10-day. Right, 10-day moving average. You could go, okay, I want it to be above that. And there you go. So now you'll get stocks that are breaking out of 30-minute consolidations. Obviously, you have to put in whatever volume criteria and all of that meets your trading plan. Right, so you say breakout on high volume, but again, I'm sure your trading plan to find what is high volume, right? Is it on the daily basis or a 5-minute basis or a 3-minute basis or a 1? And is it based off of volume percentage or some sort of relative volume metric? Or but yeah, that's the one that I'll look for. And again, always, right, if I'm looking for a VWAP break, if that's the alert I want, just go in here and just just search for it, right? You'll be surprised how often it will kind of find exactly what it is you're after there. Okay, great. So you know what that daily basis is. It's anywhere between 500 and 1,000,000 shares, which is a huge range. But you know how to put that in by now. If you don't, check out our introductory series here, which will teach you like the very, very basics of how do I put in how much volume I want, how do I put in that kind of stuff, right? You can find all of that right here. You know, the absolute basics that would be covered in the first of the 5 videos of the series for sure. So great. So now that you know how to find the consolidation filter, just put in the rest of the ones that are the rest of the filters from your trading plan. You'll be good to go. And then test and rebuild and that kind of thing. Jenna, you need to let me know a little bit more what you mean about an accumulation scanner. What is it that you're after with that? That could mean any number of things to, it's one of those things, right? To different traders, away you go. Well, I just put in a random filter. This is, I very much doubt that this is on your written trading plan, but if it's a 10-day moving average is on your trading plan, then you would just put that filter in there. But again, just, right, you've got a written trading plan. So grab that and then just go through and say, okay, my trading plan says it needs to be above this moving average, then put that in. It needs to be below this one, then put that in, and, you know, go through that. Basically knowing if someone is loading up on shares. No, Jenna, there'd be no way to know that because who would ever tell you they're loading up on shares, right? No one would ever go, hey, I'm going to load up on a bunch of shares. Let's report that information in a way that it could be scanned for. You can look for stocks that are going up and a stock that's going up is being bought, but we need to know what data point it is that you're looking for. I would love if we had something that said, yeah, Goldman Sachs is buying the hell out of this. That'd be great, but of course they would never tell us. It's kind of their job, right, is to make sure that people don't know what they're doing. So your re-entry question there. You can put re-entries on within Brokerage Plus for Holly, but there is no re-entry for your own scanners because we don't know what criteria you would want to use. So you could build a second alert that's looking for re-entries, and away you go. Hey, Mike C. Nothing much going on for New Year's, right? COVID and all that. So just going to drink beer at home. I am stuck in glue. Oh, come on, Mike C. You've been trading long enough to know that you're never stuck in anything. There's no such thing as being stuck, right? Don't make me lecture you, Mike. I know you've been around long enough. You obviously took this trade because it met your trading plan, and on your trading plan you have an exit. You've got an exit that you've stipulated, and right, if you haven't done these things, then I'm gonna go over there and slap you. Good. That's good, Mike C. No trader is ever stuck in any trade. If you ever find yourself, and this isn't for you because I know you're kidding, Mike C, but if you're ever saying, oh, that trade really hurt me, or I'm stuck in this trade, It just means that you did a real shit job of planning out that trade in advance, and the market took your money for it, and you deserved it. So you've got to go say, okay, well, next time I'll remember to plan out my trade. That's a bit of a trigger of mine. The typing seems to be working fine here. Of people saying I'm stuck in this or I'm stuck in that. It's like, if you ever really do that, give your head a shake. Well, first, stop risking your money, because you obviously don't have a plan. You're just gambling, and then go back and create a plan and start from there. Seen a lot of green with the Holly trades today. Let's see what's going on here. So, yeah, glue. I don't know if you've seen the. We're working on the performance metrics of the trade of the week year to date. And if you had taken the trade of the week every week, and when it triggered, of course, opened it on the first few days and then closed it on Friday, then you would be up, I think it's 150% year to date, which is just a phenomenal return given for free. You know, you don't have to pay anything or do anything or anything like that. It's really, really phenomenal. I wonder if I can show you guys this, or if I'm going to get in trouble. Let's see. It's really, really great what Steve's doing. Where is it here? Just don't tell anyone I showed you, and then it'll be fine, right? Yeah, here we go. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I can't show you a lot of the numbers behind that because we're working on stuff and doing everything in the background there. And you can, you can see here, 73% accurate, which is just insanity, right? Name any other trading strategy that you're right 73% of the time. Average winner of 10%, average loser of 3.5%, another just ludicrous metric, and then return of 165%. And this is for free. that you get this. So when you see people come in and complain about the trade of the week, I just shake my head and say, well, if you're doing better than this, then what are you doing signing up for free ideas, right? But it's just great. I don't know why it's all fuzzy like this, but see if I can refresh that for you. Sam, this is the trade of the week, and let me get you sign up for that if you don't already have it. But what we do is we send out a free trade every week to not just members but non-members, and it's kind of a way to show what a pro trader, Steve Gomez is the one that puts it together, and with the help of Andy from time to time. So you can have it there, where so there it is there. That's the, oh yeah, so if you're already getting trade of the week, that's fine. But that's, yeah, something free that you get on Monday. Roxanne is asking for 2 trade of the weeks. That's a little bit harder because Steve actually does spend a good chunk of his weekend going through charts and coming up with ideas and running them by people. So it's a process for sure, and it's a creative process. So you don't want to push him too hard on it. But yeah, that's some great numbers. Certainly can't complain. There is no trader I know with consistently that high of a win rate. So, and you don't need that high of a win rate. If you have a 35% win rate, you're good to go. So, moderate profit on the AI is looking good today. We have NTNT, where it's up 10% on this one and 8%. So where did it get through here? Okay, so it took... Are these both under Neo? So it looks like it took first one early and then got stopped. And then it took a second trade right here. And that trade almost has gone to target. Which again, that's the example I just said of you don't need a high win rate to make money. Well, here's a perfect example right here. 2 trades on NTNT, 1 loser, 1 winner. I'm looking at the moderate column here because this is how I trade them, and net profit. Yeah, well, I guess here's another one. 38.5% win rate, and we're up on the day. Yeah, in moderate mode, 30% win rate in moderate mode and up on the day. Amazing. Beam is doing great. Yandex. Oh, Yandex was a monster. Yeah, I've been playing around too much with trying to get this Windows on ARM stuff working, but it's working. Oh yeah, SDC was great. Oh, I don't know why it's doing that. I gotta get that worked out. Yeah. Alright, well, let's just go back to the web. Apologies for technical problems, but technical problems are technical problems. Main reason I'm doing this too, again, just a nerd talk, is I've got the new Macs that use the same chips as are on your iPhone and your iPad. They're putting them in the MacBooks now. They're insanely fast, great battery life, all of this. It's just trying to find, compatibility with new tech and old, but does the scanner call out the symbols that are moving up and down? You can, yep. You can put, if you go into any scan, so any scan that you want, let's just pick a random, let's go to the blank check. There's the blank check. So this is a bunch of SPACs. If you guys don't know what SPAC is, it's just, you should Google it. It's a kind of a mergers and acquisition kind of a thing. But yeah, so for example, if I wanted this window here, if I wanted this to read out symbols to me as it went through, I just go in, I go to properties, and I go to actions, play sound, and I can have it do all kinds of stuff. I can have it do the standard Windows alert or whatever, but if I hit text to speech and OK, it will start trying to read these as it comes through. It's actually kind of adorable where if it's close enough to a word, it gives that word a shot. What's signal price? Let's take a look. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Doc trade. Ugh. Pinned windows, dangerous. Columns, signal price. Signal price may be the alert price that came through. It wouldn't be valid, wouldn't work with everything. So if you entered a trade yourself, yeah. So signal price, I'm 99% sure will be the price that came up on the alert. So this one, for example, this is a real trading strategy that I use, and this signal price would have been 726, which would have been right in this area. So if I had taken that trade from that alert window, it should have come up as 726. I don't use that really myself. I use it to look after the fact. I wonder if this will, let's see. Does it resolve issue with adds ability to have Bluetooth sharing? So that may, well, I'm just going to move that out of the way because that might fix my problem with it typing a million keys, but we'll see. Always do the updates if it tells you. But yeah, so you can set on any window you want. You can set it to yell at you. That's going to be kind of entirely up to you. I'm not one. I like quiet. I'm a Zen type of a trader. I just try to get into a mode the best I can. So Iris, you try to build the breakout alert, but you're getting too many alerts. Well, so the question is, that scanner, are those alerts matching your written trading plan? That's the first step. So you grab the trading plan that you wrote and you go through and you say, okay, how many of these scans make sense based off this trading plan I wrote? And if they do, and there's still too many, then the trading plan you have isn't specific enough. So you should be able to go through and you'd be able to go through and say, okay, well, need to filter it out more. So I either need, more volume or whatever changes you need to make to that individual trading plan. Right? So there's two things that go wrong if your scan's producing a bunch of junk. It's either your trading plan is junk and you need to go back. Okay, Iris, just type, show me your trading plan. Like, so, paste the Google Doc or something to your trading plan. Mike C is right. You're probably best increasing volume. But again, you're the one that spent all the time researching this 30-minute consolidation breakout strategy. You've tested it on a bunch of charts, right? You know where it has to exist in range, in position in range, that all these things because they're in your trading plan. So just send me copy your trading plan into a Google Doc list or something, and I'll take a look at it there. It'd be nice to add your own columns to Brokerage Plus. Well, you can. You just right click anywhere, and under columns, you can add and remove all of these columns. So for example, I just added signal price to look for you, and I don't really use that, so I'm going to get rid of that. But if you wanted to add, for example, the time stop, you can add that in just by clicking these arrows back and forth. And again, you get to that menu just by right-clicking and going to columns. What column do you want to create that's not there, AJ? Well, what column is that would be beneficial to your trading, that would make you more money? I'll see if it's something that we can look at, if it's something that would be common enough. Hi, Mike. I was watching strategy I built called Separation of the Eight. Ooh, that's an oldie. I've learned so much since that I don't think I would ever use that anymore. But this gosh darn. Let's do from here. Oh, I have something like that. Yeah, this was a simple kind of revision to the mean type of play, wasn't it? Let's just see what it looks like for a signal test. I think the issue with this one is it worked okay, but like most revision to the mean systems, it most revision to the mean systems are very they have a high win rate, but their risk reward isn't very good. And I think this one, that was the problem, is that it would win 10 times in a row, but the one or two losses would hurt it enough that it just didn't make it worthwhile. I see what you're saying, AJ. ADX, RelVol. You can do that, but you could also just add those directly into your single stock window. So as soon as you click on the symbol, you would get them all down here anyway. I just think if you started adding all those columns, how far over would you have to scroll to get all the information you want, right? So if you want it, so if I click on Dish, for example, I have RelVol right here. I could add ADX. I could add all the other stuff that I want kind of right in here. Beauty of this is you also got news and your insiders and stocks that are similar to it in price action or whatever. I would take a look at that. Yeah, I just don't think adding it in a horizontal list like this would be best, because then you've got you'd have to have like one of those ultra wide monitors just to look left and right and see everything. So try that. Try building a single stock window that has everything you want in it, and then as soon as you check on your ticker, it will just be right down here. Do I recommend using a breakout scan? Again, I know people hate when I say this, but it's 100% the truth. Scans, like, the scan is a tool, right? The scan is the hammer or the drill or the saw, right? So if you have, and that's what Trade Ideas is. It's the tool to find the stocks that are on your trading plan. So make sure you're not falling into the trap of trying to find the holy grail of scans and build that into a trading plan, right? We talked about this in the Back to Basics series I did with Jess, right? It's not, you don't shoehorn in a trading plan from a scan that you saw online or a scan that looked really nice. It's the other way around. You build your trading plan and your trading philosophy, and when you have that written and tested and understood and everything, then you go and say, okay, now it's time to build a scan to find to what it is. And the analogy of the tool, again, you don't say, oh, I got this nice hammer, now let me go outside and just try to build something, right? That wouldn't work. You would say, okay, I need to build a birdhouse. To build a birdhouse, I need these tools. And then you would go get those tools and use those tools to build your birdhouse. So, right, if you want to be a breakout trader, go right ahead, right? Some things to know is that revision to the mean traders are right more often, but have a poor risk-reward profile. Breakout traders and trend continuation traders generally have a lower win rate, but then a higher risk reward, right? So the average win rate of a breakout strategy is like 40%. So you just need to make sure that you run those numbers, right? So again, it's come up with your trading plan first and then come in and do it the other way around. How often do I go back and optimize an already optimized scan? I would say weekly is going to be your best bet. For me, it's when it starts to struggle is when I'll go through and do it. If I notice a few days in a row above and beyond what I expected to see, then I'll go back and check. So for example, if the scan, and let's bring up that scan that I ran there. Oh, not that, this one. So, right, this was obviously not a great scan, but you see down here, it says, okay, this can be wrong 7 days in a row. If I start seeing it wrong 8, 9, 10 days in a row, well, then it may be time to go take a look at it and say, hey, what's going on? Has the market changed? Has the stocks changed? Has, what's changed? And then kind of go from there. So I would say more when it's performing worse than the back test said it would, right? Again, this is very unoptimized, but the biggest losing day is $7,000. So a bigger losing day than that, you might say, okay, let me go take a look and see, is it a short strategy and the market's just been rocketing the last week? Well, then it's gonna perform poorly because it's short and the market's going up. Is it maybe the market has gotten more volatile and the stops are too tight? There's a lot of things that can change with a scan. So first, I would say don't try to over optimize. That becomes a problem as well when people try to curve fit data to fit certain things. So try to make sure that you have I am going to let it run for at least X period of time before you start really trying to mess with and fine tune everything. No problem. I'm a new trader and new to the platform. Is there a Brokerage Plus setup video? Yes, I actually did one myself. Let me get it for you right here. So this is about a 30-minute or so long video, and I go through step by step of everything that you will need, everything that you will want to get set up. I just posted that link in chat there. Important things to note: you need, if you're trading with Interactive Brokers, you need to be paying them for a data plan. And it sucks because, most brokers just give you data. IB is different though. They make you pay for the data. And since Brokerage Plus pulls a lot of data for the last price, the bid and the ask, these things, it pulls these things from IB. If you don't have a data plan that's solid within IB, it's not going to work for you. So just kind of keep that in mind. Hi, Mike. Do you have any scans that show a strong stock or a big runner back to the 10 SMA? Now, Jay, I wouldn't hold your breath on this, but we are building the ability for Brokerage Plus and Thinkorswim to link up. It is in testing right now, but I can't give you an ETA because it's one of those things that if the test goes great and everything just works like gangbusters, then it could come out fairly soon. If we get in there and test and we notice some things that could be dangerous for clients or something that just doesn't work right, then we have to take our time with it. So, we are building a Thinkorswim connection. And from what I've seen, it's better than one could expect for kind of a first run. But, we just kind of keep them alive. All right, so a strong stock pulled back to the 10. So first, you have to define a strong stock, right? But let's take a look here. So I don't know what your definition of a strong stock is, but one thing that I like to do for a suggestion for a strong stock is our score index. And this score is something that was kind of a whole team effort. I did a lot of the math, and Andy and Steve came up with a lot of the ideas and things like this. But essentially what it does is it ranks based off of technical, statistical, fundamental, all of these different data. Oh, look at NETE. It's rocketing. Holly got a great trade on that one. So anything above 80 is strong, right? And then all you would want is, if you're looking for the 10 SMA, you would just type in 10 SMA, right? So then you just got to say, okay, how, right? It's one of those things like you say a pullback near, but what is your definition of near, right? Is it within 2%? Because that's how you would say at the 10 SMA or 2% above it. But again, it's all about your definitions of. And then a pullback rate, you're probably looking for a new low a day. So we'll just take and just put in some volume just to make sure it's not trading really, really junky. Right, so this, I don't know if this is kind of what you're looking at, but right, this ACN, has a high enough score, and it's pulled back there. This is the 8 EMA, which is going to be close to the 10 SMA. You want to get rid of the EPS. Right, so I don't know if that's kind of what you're after, but that's one way to do it, where you're defining a strong stock by the score. You may define a strong stock as something a little bit different, but I will say that most things that come through as an 80 plus on the score are going to have strength. But again, it's all so subjective. I define this as an incredibly strong stock, right? Some people may look at this and they're looking at the last few days and they would say, well, in the last few days it wasn't strong. So it's really, where's your time frame, where's your beginning point? PGR hit a new low, right? That's right near the 10. Again, I would define this as strong in the median term, because at least all this month it's basically been up and it's just making a little pullback here. Timeline for TOS and IB. I can't. TOS, I think you mean in Brokerage Plus. I can't give a time frame. All I can say, it's being worked on and things look to be going good, but you just can't tell. It's one of those things that it's like, if you ever remodeled part of your home, the construction guy may say, it'll take you 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden he rips down a wall or something and there's asbestos or something that's broken more than anyone could have think, and then he goes, oh well, now it's going to be 3 months, and we just don't know. We have kind of all of the bases built, and then all we just need to do is test it, and if it works well, that's great. And it could be out within the next few months if something really game breaking happens in there, which we don't foresee, but it could. There could be something like maybe stops don't work correctly, or something that would be really dangerous. Then it would take much longer. So that's why we're hesitant to give any ETAs, just because we don't know until we get in there. My hope, right, and hopes of hopes, is that it's within the next few months. It's in that testing phase, right? It's all I can say is, a good test, and maybe it's out soon, and then maybe something happens where it just disconnects randomly in the middle of the day, and then we're like, okay, well, we don't want to give that to clients, and it takes longer for us to figure out a way around that. I don't know as much because I'm personally not as involved with the testing, because in Canada, Thinkorswim still charges, wait for it, over $10 a trade in 2020. They're trying to get away with still that old school like $9.99 a trade, which is just absurd. which, as much as I don't like IB and the fact they charge for data and their customer service, I found isn't the best. For Canadians, it's kind of the only option. Isn't TD Canadian? Yes. Yes, Sam, it is. And we are getting the worst rates. I don't, oh, that. Is that really true there? That's crazy. So Roxanne is saying Thinkorswim now requires a 25K account in Canada. See, I don't like that either, because one of the main advantages of being a Canadian trader is that you can start, learning how to day trade and everything with as little as like nothing, right? You can just there's no pattern day trader rule up here. So that's a shame if that's true. I'm stuck with using the paper trading part. That's a shame. No, for Canadian traders, I know some people use Questrade. I've never been a huge Questrade fan myself, again, just because of the commissions. What I don't like about IB is I don't like their interface. Their trader workstation I find is cumbersome and everything. But that's one of the main reasons that I love using Trade Ideas, is because I don't care about their user interface, because Trade Ideas is nice and simple once you can kind of to learn to figure it out. So yeah, sure thing. So to save, I don't recommend saving just your IB or your Brokerage Plus account. I don't think that's kind of the best use. I think you should just get your entire layout the way you like it. Questrade has the lowest commissions for small accounts, 1 cent per share. Really? I thought they were still doing a $4.99 minimum or something. Anyway, I couldn't live without Brokerage Plus. Anyway. So yeah, so get your entire layout the way you like it. Have it all set up that everything's good to go. And then just here on the bottom, go File, Save and Share to Cloud. And then click Entire Layout. You can name it whatever you want, right? You can call it D plus default or whatever. And then just click Save to Cloud. So if I call this layout Test, oh, it's still doing that. And I click Save to Cloud, it's saved. So now if I want to, let's just change this to something like this. And then I want to go back to that layout the way it was before, I would go Test. And you can see it loading up just like that. And it will keep Brokerage Plus the way it is, which is just like this. Now you can also, if you'd like, you can click under Windows within Brokerage Plus and click Save to Cloud right here. I like saving my entire layout just so that I can go back at any time. Like I have these, I've shown you guys these custom channel bars where I can just say, okay, let me just click on this, and it changes the layout based off what I'm doing. So I have, this is kind of my scanning layout, and then I have a couple trading layouts. I have this one that's just for investing, like longer term investing things. So this is looking for dividend yields and price earning ratios and This is just more, I think, we use this when we're internally showing fund managers and things like that what they can use with TI. But yeah, we go click to this one and then it will just open up. So that's why I like to have my layout saved, is so I'm not just saving a single window. I can go anywhere at any time. And it takes a bit to get it how you want it, but once you figure that out, it makes things so much easier just to be able to go through and say, these are my layouts. I'm just going to start popping between them, depending on what I'm doing. So I know a lot of people that have like a pre-market scan, and then they have a something for the trading day, and then they have something after hours to watch those stocks, and then they have like their scanning layout. So they've got all these different layouts based off whatever they're planning on doing at that time. For me, I have everything hosted up in the cloud, and then I'm either connecting to it from my desktop, which I'm at now, or my MacBook when I'm, after this call, I'm going to leave this room and go sit on my MacBook and trade. And I can change the layout based off the screen size, and it will adjust. That's why some of the layouts you see of mine only fill up a small part of my screen. It's a big deal, right? It's one of those things that's such a small thing that they built a long time ago, but having a different layout for every situation will really, really help you out, just to make sure that you're focusing on what you need to. It's very easy within Trade Ideas to end up focusing on too much, right? There's too much going on at once. So I just make sure I have these very specific layouts for very specific purposes. Well, yeah, so once you have the layout set up the way you want, if you see right here, AJ, at the very top of the channel bar, there's this little kind of cog icon. Once you click on that and you click Edit Channels, let's, for example, take this one here, and if I click on that and then I click Edit, and I click Select from Cloud, then here's all my different layouts. So if I just put this one layout and click Select, then you can see right here, it will point. I'm not going to do it because it would overwrite my layout. It would overwrite that layout. So again, once you have it saved, that's step one, set up the way you want and saved. Just click the cog and then Edit and then Select from Cloud, and away you go, right? Pick whatever layout you want, and then you're good to go. You get to pick what picture you're interested in. It just doesn't matter to me. I just want them to be different. And then you can see that updated there. So then if I click on this, it will load up that layout that we just saved a second ago. You have to pay for data over and above an IB Pro account. Yes, you have to. IB, unfortunately, charges for data. There's nothing we can do about that. So if you want to trade with Brokerage Plus, you need IB's data. Now, I will say it's $10 a month, and if you trade actively at all, they'll give you that $10 a month back. But yeah. Again, we wish they didn't trade. They didn't charge their clients for data. No other broker that I really know of, professional, real broker, not like a prop firm kind of software, charges their clients for data. And there's nothing nothing we can do about that, unfortunately. So the questions I've heard, the goal is to combine all three AIs instead of having separate channels. Is there differences between them? Yeah, there is differences between them. And we were going to merge them when they were similar, but now that I've created pretty big differences between them, I don't think that's going to kind of be the plan. So the original Holly AI, this is, Grail. It's the original Holly Grail. And it's kind of the tried, we call her the old girl internally, right? She's been around forever. She works. There's nothing new, or within the last 3 or 4 years, or super fancy to it. And that's kind of your most stable, right? Least volatile, least aggressive kind of AI. And then we have 2.0, and 2.0 is my brainchild myself. So I've rebuilt basically everything I learned from building the original Holly Grail. I took and I put into Holly 2.0. So you can think of it just like it is. It's basically everything that I myself and us as a company have learned about building these strategies. And it's taking that and it's saying, okay, let's rebuild. Like, what would you do if you could just start from scratch and rebuild? That's kind of what happened here. And then Neo is an AI that's kind of built entirely as a gap type of a trader, right? So Neo, to make it to Neo, it has to be a stock that's doing what we call high relative volume. So, for example, if you see right here on NETE, it's doing 28 to 30 times normal daily volume today. That's a lot, that's a bunch of volume. So it would be your most aggressive, one could say, but it's mainly for incredibly fast moving securities, incredibly fast trading securities. So that's kind of, you can think of it, the further you go down, the more you're getting into newer and more experimental types of things. Whereas with the original Holly AI, it's a lot more standard, right? It's kind of how everything has kind of worked to date. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, that's more or less kind of what's going on there. All right, guys. So I think Barry's going to come kick me off here in a second. I think he's just booting up his stream now. So it was nice chatting with you guys. Everyone have a very safe and responsible New Year's. And I'll talk to you later.
YouTube feed. Big Michael, I don't know if you're still there, but I am definitely streaming now. What time is it? 101. I'll be doing my video also, so let me just get that announcement in. All right, and if you want to follow or subscribe to my video, I'm just going to put my homepage link in again. Show you how you can do that if you want to follow, if you want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day. All free, of course. All right, so just click on the my homepage link right there, my homepage link, and where it says daily recap right there. Okay, and so I do the video usually about 2 hours afterwards. They get sent to your email. All right, everybody, so I'm going to put both rooms on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so let me try to answer your question. When you say how to clean up my cloud, you can do multiple deletes if that's what you're talking about. Say if you file, load from cloud, and here it is. Here are all your everything in the cloud. So you can, you can do multiple deletes. Just highlight, okay, and then hit delete. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. Okay. So did you get that, Gypsy Trader? Just file, load from cloud, and then you'll see everything, and you just start highlighting them and click on delete. Okay. So no, I see what you're saying. There's no other way, but I mean that's not that hard. But you can do multiple deletes. I mean, you can paint it. You can start here and go to the bottom, or you can. I know you can paint it. Anyway, that's how you do it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Anything happening? So KOSS 360. Yeah, this is there's the high yesterday. Well, we had fun with bingo, that's for sure, Real. Definitely had a lot of fun with bingo. Nice big percentage move for it. You'll be amazed. I actually took this trade post market. First one in the post market I've done in years. I didn't hold it, unfortunately, but I traded it out in the post market. But yeah, that's what's look at the volume for bingo. I know that's his name. Oh, look at the volume, Real. I don't know if this is a record. I cannot remember the last time there was a stock with 153 million in the float has traded, and it'll easily trade 5, maybe even 6 times its float today. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Yeah, I mean 58 times normal for and I really don't even see any news for it. Unless this was just gaining the NASDAQ. Oh yeah, that's right. It was receiving 180-day NASDAQ extension to regain its listing. But as you know, Real, the only reason I was interested is because look, what did I do? I looked left, and there it is, 473, the high looking left. So lots and lots of room. All right, William, you are getting closer, maybe. Closer to your Bollinger Band break. There's a tough one on the 5-minute for HIMX. It's not bingo time yet. No, I have a couple of alerts set for bingo in case later on. It takes out this area right there, 284, and of course there's the high right there. But I want to see some volume. I want to see a volume bar. It has to be at least this big, probably. It's not the absolute volume, but it's in relation to previous volume bars. So I want to see something probably about at least this big before I'll get involved again. Yeah, the BTBT definitely. I mean, it's been a little bit wild, but this is the one that I wanted to trade earlier, but it just blew right through my my price alert. Yeah, we are definitely watching that one real. Yeah, the HIMX. William is watching this one on the Bollinger Band break, and it's the same thing. Yeah, I've got that channel. I see the same, but the Bollinger Band break right. The triple B, the Bollinger Band break. Yeah, I don't really have an. I mean, there are people who do that, but some people do the bottom of the previous 5 minute candle. I mean, you can try it. I don't have a, I don't have any experience doing it like that. Oh, I see. I see. Um, yeah, I don't think you can code it. Let me just check to see. I don't think the ranges can be coded like that. We don't have the data points. Yeah, well, because what you want is the yeah. You did code it, so that worked. I haven't looked at that. Really, it worked. That is going to be in the formula editor, maybe, right? Second. Okay, so you're looking at this, right? You're looking at these ranges. Yeah, no, it's not the bottom. It's just the range. Yeah, you're looking for the bottom of the candle, right? Yeah. No, I mean that's what it's doing. It's just looking at the range. There's no. We don't have the one thing we're not. We'll call it good at. I mean, is identifying intraday tops and bottoms of candles, highs and lows of candles, and volumes. We're not can't do it. Ah, this MTNB, it sort of has escaped me, guys. So this is the other one. This reminds me a little bit, not quite as dynamic as the bingo, but a little bit. There's the high is 145 for NTNB, and it's another big float. That's why it kind of reminds me a little bit of the bingo in terms of the float. And it doesn't have quite the, the same amount of room as BNGO had or has, but it still has some room. So, I'm going to be definitely interested. See if it takes out that 145, holds above it, and then starts move, try to fill in this void, 242. And, it's trading 24 mil. I mean, it's not the same as BNGO. So, because you're trying to automate it, right, Don? Obviously, you're trying to automate it. Well, if you're not trying to automate it, then all you have to do is look at the 15-minute, right? I mean, so if you're wanting to get into a trade, here, one. I mean, I'm just picking this as an example, 143, and here, you can see there's the bottom, so that's 7 cents away. So divide 7 cents into whatever your risk amount is going to be, and that'll share size you. Yeah, but that means you have to automate it. You know, unless you're taking a lot of trades at the same time, it's not that big a deal, I don't think. I mean, let's just do it, okay? I'm just going to do this one. And going to take 300 shares, okay? Then I'm going to put my stop right here. But I know what you're saying. How many shares would I've... I mean, you have to do the mental arithmetic, but it's not that big a deal, I don't think. Yeah, but the only way you can do it up front, is if you automate it. And you can't automate it. Math is hard, really? How much are you how much are you wanting to risk per trade? Okay, so I mean, if I know if I'm getting into this one at 143 and I see there it is, and I just divide 100 by 6 cents, and then you just do it. I mean, you just can't automate it because you cannot define that low. You know, I mean, within reason. I mean, you don't have to be right on the. So in that particular case, you know, you would have just quickly done. You'd taken about, 1,600 shares. If, in this particular case. I think I've actually seen that one, Kaiser. Thank you, though. I'll write it down. I recognize him, Midtown skater guy. The reason I don't do it is because I don't want to clutter up my charts so much. I already have the 8 EMA and the 200 SMA, and I have I mean, it looks like this. So I just don't want to clutter it up with the Bollinger Bands too. I'm perfectly willing to see my Bollinger Bands are here. But thank you. Now, Don, I agree that if something is moving really quickly, but if it's moving really quickly, it might be hard. Even if you wanted to automate something, you may not be able to get it, right? I mean, depending on what your offset is. But let's take a look at this one as an example. BT, okay, so there's I mean, these are pretty tight. No, not that tight. Okay, so that's about 37 cents. Okay, it hasn't really moved, so I would take 270 shares, buy it. So I mean that's fairly quick. With now and then I stick my my stop in. That's approximately the low of that candle. Yeah, I mean, if it's a wild spread, I mean, is that what you want to do anyway? So the bottom line is you can't automate it if you want to use the low of the of the 15. Like, first of all, are you talking about the, well, it doesn't even matter if it's the previous 15-minute candle or the current one. I've been looking at the current one, but you just can't automate it. We cannot identify that price. Yeah, I wonder if William got it. Okay, okay, then hey, listen, if it's working, great. Because you are going to stick to your rules, right? So unless it breaks the 5 minute Bollinger Band, you're not going to take the trade. It's that simple. Because I'm noticing here that it didn't really break it. You just sort of touched it. So you want it, not only do you want it far outside. Okay, so it's not just even like a penny or two. You want it to be far outside. Okay. That's okay. I mean, obviously if you'd taken this trade at 816, would have worked out okay, but you stick to your rules. Okay, BT, wow. This has probably been, before I open my mouth, let's see. Yeah, Riot is looking like BT, okay? BT squared is, I guess it's a crypto play, so I'm just looking but it's more dramatic, definitely more dramatic. Fewer shares in the float, not that many, not that much less. I think Riot has about 45 million or so, 45, 49 million. So there's, they're similar in float size. Shanky, you asked that question yesterday. So what is going on? Why don't you create your own layout and just open your layout? I don't understand what's going on. I noticed. Okay, I noticed you you had the same thing. You showed me a screenshot. I have no idea why that's happening. I mean, I know I asked you to go to Windows. Opening for every layout. Yeah, well, if you right click on any one of them, does it say pinned? Yeah, so right click on any one of those windows and see if it says pinned. Like right click and see if it says pinned. Nope. And you're using the app? You're not on the web-based version? Not that it should matter, but okay. So when you do this, because have you saved a layout yet at all? You haven't probably had a chance to, right? You have saved a layout. You've saved the layout? Yes? Okay. So Sanchez, have you saved the layout also? Hopefully I can help both of you guys. This is somebody from the YouTube feed saying something similar. So you both have saved your layout. So if you went File, Load from Cloud, and you clicked on Layouts, you would see it. Did you give it a name? Okay. Okay, I'm going to talk to Sanchez first. Save your layout. Whatever you see out here, save your layout. Do it this way, okay? File, Save or Share to Cloud. Click Entire, and give it a name. Call it Sanchez's first layout. I mean, obviously I'm talking to Sanchez, but give it a name. Don't call it the default layout. Don't overwrite. Just call it something else, okay? And then save it. So do you have a save layout, Shanky? What is it? Do you know what it's called? What is it called? Okay, you gave it a name. Okay. So, that's the reason. That's the reason. So what you want to do, because what's happened also, if you look at the ones that are pinned, my guess is that if you did this, you would see another one underneath, and another one underneath, and another one underneath, maybe. Yes, okay. How did you pin them if you're so new? How did you pin them? You probably were just experimenting, right? And you thought, I wonder what pin does. Well, that's what it can do. I mean, if you know how to use it, it's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay. So what you have to do is I don't know how many windows you've got that are pinned, but check the ones that are pinned and exit. Or you can do this. Go to Windows and close all pinned. Okay? Okay. Close all pinned. Now, yeah. If your initial layout was all full of pinned windows, that's going to be the problem. Did you already do it? I'm hoping that all that remains is one version if you did that. But the only thing I can say to do is you have to keep Xing out. Exit out until you get to the last one. So there's no easy way around this right now. Click the X, and then when you do it, check to see if there's another one underneath. Check the X, check to see if there's another one underneath. Okay? When you get to the last, the last one, then unpin it. I know it's tedious, but then what you'll have is just a layout that is not pinned, okay? But I don't want you, if you did this right now, close all pinned windows, your entire layout may be pinned, so you might lose your layout, okay? So let me know once you do that. Okay, so Sanchez, that's what you do. You have to save your layout. Never mind the pinning, okay? This is another issue that Shanky had. So when you have your layout, when you say you have to individual click each window back into the window, get the layout that you want, okay? Get the windows that you want. Make sure, indulge me. Right click and make sure they're not pinned, okay? Right click on the windows, make sure they're not pinned. Once you are, they're not pinned, then File, Save or Share to Cloud, Entire, give it a name, give it another name. Yeah, Save or Share to Cloud. Click on Entire, give it another name, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now you don't have to do that anymore. Load the individual windows. When you exit Trade Ideas, I can't click on this exit because it's going to ruin my link in IB. But when you exit Trade Ideas, it's going to say Save layout, just say yes. And then what will happen is when you load trade ideas tomorrow, your layout that you last have will appear. So you're not going to have to go through that every day, clicking each individual window back into the window. No, no. That's not what you want to have to do. As long as when you say file exit and it's going to ask you the question, do you want to save your layout? Something like that. Just say yes. Okay. And then the next time you log in, it'll load that layout. But make sure before you do any of that, make sure you create your layout, save it to the cloud. So you know it's there all the time in case something's, happens and you start getting stuff on, because then if you for some reason had a bunch of windows you didn't want and you have your layout saved to the cloud, all you have to do is go to Windows and close all your windows and then load your layout from the cloud. I know it's maybe a little confusing right now, but I think once you get the hang of it, do it a couple of times, then you'll know what to do. You resolve the issue. Yay, okay. It worked. Hey, we got great. I just want to show you you guys are almost in tandem. These are two different two different situations, but it worked and you said cool. So, great. Okay. B-Core, guys. B-Core, 1583 on that alert. What is it doing? Wow, 1595 now. Wow, this has got a lot of room. Look at this room for B-Core. 46 million in the float. Sometimes this happens. I'm going to have to reload that. And let me reload B-Core again. I want to see what these highs are. Boy, this has got room, guys. I mean, this is at 60. I'm not saying to chase it, but look at the room this one has. B-Core. These are the highs over here at 1558. So, I mean, these are above these highs. Look left. Look at the room B-Core has. So I have no idea, Kaiser. I have no idea if high of the day bull flag is any good. I don't use it, so. Try it. See if you're getting some good alerts from it. I wish this based just a little bit. It'd be beautiful if it just kind of a based under, right at 16 and then get some volume and pop through. I mean, look at the room B-Core has. What does it do? So U.S. stock. So, okay. Tax Smart Financial Solutions, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, this could be. I mean, yeah, I see what you're looking at. And, Chris from Trade Ideas, he alerted me to this a couple of days ago, AMRS. It has room. Closes well. Yeah, could be a potential swing trade. Boy, I just don't want this to run away from me. I just can't chase it. Oh yeah, look at the option volume today, 3.74 thousand times normal. Doesn't trade that many. I mean, it's 8,400 options, but that is a huge increase. So notice, so that MTNB, I put that stop at 137, took me out of the trade. This is in the simulator. Okay, rest, rest. Just rest here for a while, B-Core. All you need to know is stock language, Zach. That's it. I don't know where you're from, but okay, OPGN, what are you doing? OPGN, yeah, I look at this, I just see too much resistance on that weekly chart to get too excited about OPGN. You know, we got the alert here, but you know, again, just because we get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. That's why you have to take a look at these charts, you know, and you look here, you know, look at the resistance right around 2 for OPGN. And it's a great looking day. You know, I mean, look at the nice candle, lots of volume, but you know, look left, and to me, there's just too much resistance right around 2. Now, listen, this may just burst right through, but yeah, bingo doesn't look good right now. It doesn't look good. It looks like it's not trying. It's not holding that 250. Looks like it's trying to drift down. So, well, it was a great while it lasted. And tons and tons of volume. So, plenty of time to get in and out as many times as you wanted. All right, well, this is getting a little more interesting. You know, it's trying to hold just at over 16. I'd love to see, what time is it now? 152. So another 8 minutes for this candle to close. Kind of a couple of them at the on the fives. Get some volume and pop it through. Boy, the longer this holds over 16, oh, I don't know what the deal is, but it's, I mean, if you're talking about news, I have no idea. But the deal is, look at the room. Look left, look how much room it's got. We're just waiting to see how well it's holding 16 really well. Just want to see if it has a burst now. In which case I'll probably take the trade. From what earlier this year? It's not trading right now at all. That's the only issue, you know. Maybe it's just resting, but it's not trading. I mean, I'm not saying it's halted. It's just not trading. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it was earlier this year in the room. I have no idea. I'm just looking at this chart here. When you look left, you know, there's a ton of room. You know, the next highs are up to 20. Well, obviously resistance around 26. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's just a lot of room. What is this today? Because we have February the 18th. So are you saying they released today? I don't see it. Yeah, like I don't see it. Where are you seeing that? Oh, November 9th. Okay. That's yeah, no, I've got that. I do see that, but we're trying to figure, you know, why is it moving today? This is great, guys. Look at the 2 minute. You know, I'd like to see it on the even the 5 minute. It's starting to base. You know, pops through this on volume. This could really have a run. I'm just gonna watch it. I have to watch it. The only thing is that, I mean, it's stagnant right now. It is not trading. Again, I shouldn't say it like that. It is not halted, but there's, you know, you look at the time in sales. I mean, there's not a lot of stuff going through. In fact, well, 1604 now. Short growth is, yes, it's twice a month. Yes, Asia. That is typical, twice a month. It's okay, Sam. Boy, this is cat and mouse right now, guys. 1604, 1608 bid ask for the BCOR. I'm just waiting to see if I can get that, say, that bid into the 1611 or so. I think that'll get it going. The ask is there. All right, well, I'm going to take I'm taking a bit of a risk on this one, a little bit earlier than I wanted, but we'll see what happens. I'll try to put a 16 stop on it. When I say try to, you know, it can really move quickly, so. Okay, accumulating a little bit more here. So again, you guys have to do what you're going to do. I am not telling anybody to buy BCOR, okay? All right, very quickly, I got to watch this one. Well, through the 200-day moving average, low float, 4.98 million in the float. It's got, you know, the next high looking left is 544. That's about it. I can't really tell you anymore. What's your input? What is your input on PMD? What do you see? Well, look left, 455. I'm sorry, 455. That is 544. So there's the next high looking left. I mean, it might pop through that. Over here, 549, 550. So it looks like there's some resistance, between now and 550. To me, it's not as clean. Doesn't mean it's not going to just scream through, but it's not as clean as some of the other ones that we look at. But, I mean, lots of volume, of course, that it's just come in. Yeah, what Real said. Yeah, I just wouldn't take that. It just doesn't have enough room for me. No, my goodness. Yeah, I don't see. My halts resumes have acted up today. Like I know some people in the past have said that. My halts resumes have acted up today. SGOC is not showing for me. Earlier it did, but it's not showing on this halt. Well, the AI windows, I mean, it's got nothing to do with your account, Shanky. Unless you're connected to your AI IB bro, you're not trading live or anything, are you? You're not using Brokerage Plus. It's got nothing to do with your account balance. We don't know what your account balance is. Yeah, but are you connected to your IB account, Interactive Brokers account? You have. Are you a new trader? Don't. Are you using our simulator? Don't trade live yet, man. I'm telling you. You really have to practice trading first. Okay? Connect to our simulator and practice first. Okay, so what are you trying to do exactly? Are you trying to do this with the AI? Okay, still the same thing applies. Practice in here first, okay? Don't commit money yet. Practice and see how it goes. You can use the simulator. You can turn all these strategies on in the simulator and practice here first. Do not connect to IB Live or to your IB account and trade these in auto. I'm assuming you're trying to trade in auto fashion, auto traded. Yes. Okay. That might be your goal, but right now, before you do that, you can practice, see how it works. Okay. Before you do that, practice here. You can turn all the strategies on, like maybe you've done, and use our simulator. Okay, see how it works first. See if it's something you really want to do. That's why we have the simulator, and you can auto trade the AI to your heart's content using the simulator. Okay, please do that. So, and not just for 1 day or 2 days. I'm out of the B Corps. Thank you, Fred. I'm out of the B Corps, guys. While didn't like the way it was trading, so I took an 8-cent loss on it. Took an 8-cent loss on the B Corps. I'll watch it later. That's a problem. I mean, I don't mind answering questions, but I also have to keep an eye on my positions. Oh no, I was watching, Fred. Thank you. Okay, so ultimately, not yet, but you see we have a calendar here. I want to see if this is working in the... Ultimately, you will be, okay? There's a calendar, you'll be able to click, and you'll see the trades, okay? Done. Hopefully sometime in the new year. I mean, we're obviously close enough that I can sort of show you this. Okay? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Past trades. You have a calendar, and here, I don't know how far it goes back, but it'll be a calendar. I don't. It's okay. In fact, there it is. I'm sorry. There it is. I just had to click a couple of times. Okay, so it is working for you guys now. Okay. And I believe it is just for the simulator. It's not connected. It's not going to show your IB like if you're connected live. So if you click on calendar, if you don't have the tab, just click new and add the calendar tab, and then click on calendar. And I guess you just have to. There you go. I left clicked a couple of times and it brings it up. Not quite as elegant as it should be, I think. Probably hovering, or it'll bring them up, not unlike the back tester. Well, to be honest, I didn't know it was available yet. I didn't know it was, we had it active for, I thought it was still in development, so. Your average loss or gain? Not really. I mean, I don't know if the calendar is going to, whoops, nothing in here, so. Come on. Seems to be a little, that's why I didn't think it was available. It's a little bit finicky. Come on. Yeah, it seems to be a little bit finicky. Okay, there you go. So doesn't look like, no, the average, no, it doesn't look like have the average. Now, not giving up on the B Corps, guys. It's just that I did not like the way it was trading, and I couldn't quite devote 100% of my time to it. So I thought the prudent thing to do would be just to exit for a while and see if it can get back over, say, into that 15 level. Right there. See if it takes that out a little bit later. If not, just move on. Yeah, that is a nice Bitcoin play. AQOS. Along with the BTBT. I mean, the BTBT is definitely the one that is probably the biggest, 48%. Let's take a look at that other one, EQOS. Yeah, 13%. Yeah. Well, if that was the news, seriously, if that was the news and that's what it took to move this up, pretty blah. Well, I mean, okay, everybody wants to, they have time now to regain their NASDAQ listing. But look at the so this will be now this is about 6 times the float. All right, wow, look at this real cheap one. 69 cents earlier today, up to 99, 41%, 75 million. This is another one that could trade its float with a high float. 131 million in the float, which is crazy, crazy, crazy high for a $1 stock. I am surprised that they have not done a reverse split or something to try to get that share price up and reduce the number of shares in the float, but by the way, Real, if you're still there, I did buy one of those devices, the Asus. I don't know if it's really worked. No, there is not a place, Ali. I was hoping maybe here, your average, but it's not showing. It's just showing the actual trades. It's not showing. Okay, if you can't hear me, yeah, it's not showing your average in the day. The noise canceling device that you talked about. I have it on, and people say they still hear a lot of background noise, or it really hasn't made a difference. So you owe me 100 Canadian. It looks like it, Strive. I guess if you download the latest version, the beta, I guess it is available. It seems to be, it just, like it doesn't, like I want to have it pop up, but there it goes. So this is what you see. At least it'll show you the total. Well, why is it not? I think there has to be work done. Let me get out of some of these trades and let me see what happens. Let me get out of all these trades. I'm just going to highlight everything, flatten. I want to see what happens. I knew, I was waiting. Well, that's why I said Canadian, William, because I knew some smart something or other would have said that. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I should be able to. Yeah, I mean, I'm. It seems hit or miss when I'm. There we go. It's finally. But so, what does it say though? See up here. So this is the deal. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of work that has to be done, because I mean, it's not showing me my total profit up here and anything up here. I'm out of all these trades today, and it's not showing anything up here. So it's a work in progress. Okay. I guess maybe that's why I really haven't talked about it. No, William. There was a time when we were, it's a few years ago then, when it was about $1.03, $1.04, $1.05, or even $6. I think even got to $1.10, but we're about 80 cents or 78 cents now, which is fine. You know, that's where it probably should be. Yeah, 78 cents approximately. All right, guys. What time is it now? Wow, it's 2:15 already. Okay. $8 price target. I love it. Now that's aggressive. Where's GKK to defend it? All right, let me take a look at some of these from earlier. 360, 384, not bad, but really choppy on that 2-minute chart. And I mean, it's moving, but I mean, listen, it can. There's the hive yesterday, so I suppose that has a shot to get to that level. But no, I don't mean up there. So I'm never going to get there today. But I just don't. I mean, it's just kind of choppy. Look at these bottoming tails, topping tails. Mr. John, good morning or afternoon. Still morning for me. Oh, I see. We'll be on. Okay. Yeah, SPY is starting to drift down. So if you're long anything that really kind of relies on the overall market, you know, look at what's happening right here. Starting to drift down now. Hello, John 5, Roman numeral 5 in the YouTube feed. Ah, man, this is, look at this BT just continues to move here, all-time high. I know there's some, not really controversy. I mean, we have it started here, but I think this was just a symbol name change. My belief is that it is anyway. It was some other symbol before. That's why it looks like an IPO here. Yeah, it's just so whippy. That's the only issue with NETE. You know, if you're going to take this one, like Real is talking about, you know, I wouldn't take very many shares. I mean, look at this on the 2, even on the 5. Look at the 15, but look at on the 2. Up, down, up, down, up, down. The trend is up, but just be careful. Okay, Chris. All right. Yeah, I don't think you can do it that way, Sam. You have to choose first. You have to have your, instead of like you're talking 1,000 shares. I don't think it's not. I don't think you can do it that way, because the minute you take a look at a strategy, edit a trading strategy, you either are going to go fixed shares or you're going to go based on a stop loss. I may be wrong. I mean, risk management, fixed shares, no. You have to pick here, you know. You know, $100 based on a stop loss. You cannot go fixed shares and here, okay? At least I'm not. I don't think you can. Well, no, you can't do it here. You have to pick the stop based on a stop loss. Now you have to pick your stop. You're talking about automation, though. When you're talking here, you're talking about automation. So you cannot manually say, well, I'm going to go risk or go in at 1,000 shares. You have to know what your stop is first. That's going to determine how many shares, based on how much you're going to risk. You have to do the math if you're going to do it manually. You can modify it, yes, edit the trading strategy, yes. But like I was saying, but you have to pick here based on a stop loss, you know, and then that's where your risk value is. That's how much you're willing to risk based on the stop loss. Now you have to, you know, have a stop loss. This is where it becomes difficult, because now your risk management, now you have to pick a stop. So I don't do this, okay? But now you have to pick a stop of some sort, be it our smart stop. This is all the automation part. I mean, is that what you want to do? I mean, you want to automate? Then you have to have you have to then pick a stop. And I cannot tell you what stop to use. I just don't auto trade. I mean, here's the VWAP here. You can use the VWAP. Okay, guys, this B Core is getting maybe frisky again. Now, what did it get all the way down to? 515.90? All right. Well, if I get that bid up to say 16.15, I might take another attempt at this, especially if this turns into a red bar ignored. How much time is left? There's 7 minutes left on this candle. Let's see if we can get this candle above that red bar right there. You might want to ask Michael those sort of questions, Sam. I mean, I don't really get into the intricacies of it, so you might want to ask. Go to info. Even Chris probably knows more. He's used it a lot more than I have. So, because I don't want to steer you wrong, so you might want to ask that question. Yeah, Michael, you're not going to like the answer. My computer clock says 2:24, so on a 15-minute candle, that's about 6 minutes, a little less than 6 minutes. Okay, that's it. But are you trying to automate it, Sam? Are you? No, no, it's not a countdown on the chart. No. Well, okay, if I can pay a lot more attention, VSS, I mean, if I can pay more attention, which I can't, but if I could pay a lot more attention, then the 8 EMA is the orange line. I don't know if you can see it. There's the orange line there, and there's the 20, the blue line is a 20 SMA. So in theory, not in this case, didn't happen, but well, a little bit. In theory, if the 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, that can set up a potential short situation. Okay, it doesn't matter the time frame. So in that particular case, you would have had an alert, or you would have been eyeballing it around 16. What did it get to? 50. I mean, it may still happen, but that's the theory. Okay, if I can really pay attention, and the reverse is true too. If the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that can set up a long potential. Okay, that's how it is used. So you can put these on your chart. We don't have auto alerts on these yet. I'm waiting for that. That could be it. Yes, that rings a bell, Casa. That absolutely rings a bell, DNJR. RVP, I don't know about RVP. What is it doing? Fred, for me, it's just not interesting. It's just not interesting. I mean, it's got all this. It really disappointed the heck out of me. I really thought this was going to keep moving from here. This is one that I was actually going to swing had it closed near the high. I'm glad I didn't. And it's just from there on, it's drifted down. Yes, you can, Dr. J. Yes. You can control the exit. Yes. You can, again, I would really recommend anybody who's looking to do any sort of auto, whatever, entry, full, please watch this video. Okay, that's a Brokerage Plus video. Goes into all of that all that stuff. All right, B Core, I'm just going to forget you for a long time now. OPK. Yeah, it's pretty, today it's doing nothing. I'm not really sure. I see a lot of resistance around 450, so This for me has, I wouldn't be, personally, I'm not looking at this. Has a huge float, 400 million in the float for a $4 stock. I mean, that's a lot. So it's going to take a lot to move it. To me, it just is it's really not interesting for me. It's got a lot of resistance in this area, which is not that far away. And it's a huge float. So it has to have some big news to move this, or somebody really wanting to push it. Otherwise, what's going to move it? I do see, the CEO bought 300,000 shares at what price? At $4. So I mean, that's going to give some confidence, I suppose. I guess if that's what you're looking at. But I look at all this right here. I mean, that's not that far away. So the question was, what is a reasonable float? That's from Sarah and the YouTube feed. What is a reasonable float? Well, okay. Certainly for a $4 stock, that is a huge float. That's more indicative of a large cap company. For me, this would be maybe 40 or 50 million. They don't all have to be super low. We always talk about a low float stock. My upper range of a low float stock would be 20 million. And then you get the crazy ones, like the I hate to bring it up, but like the triple U's at 1.5 million. So when I talk about a low float stock, I'm talking usually about stocks under 20, and then you get the really crazy ones that have the unbelievable moves when they're even lower than 20. But for me, for like a $1 stock, I mean, for a $4 stock to have almost like 400 million, it just takes so much to move it. Maybe 50 million, 40 million would be reasonable. But that's my opinion. I mean, I rarely do I see a 400 million in the float for a stock that's $4. Oh yeah, the low floats are dangerous, no question. You have to be nimble. You can't wander away from your computer if you're in one of those. Yeah, Real's getting ready for next week. Practicing his sheriffing skills. All right, guys. Well, I mean, this is now over. What is the float here? See, there's another one, 131 million in the float. Now, listen, it is up 48%. So it is moving on something. I don't see any news today on it, but, maybe it's delayed reaction to the news on the 21st and, the 21st. Because, I mean, it is, 45% for 131 million, $1 stock. That is really, now, look at Bingo. I mean, remember what Bingo was yesterday. So, I mean, I'm not saying NOVN is going to do the same thing, but this is kind of where Bingo came from yesterday also. Underneath $1 with a big float. But now back this out. Look at the monthly chart. So look left. So, 133 could block it. Let me back this out on the weekly chart. 105 is the next high looking left on the weekly. So it would have to take that out. And then, that high right there is the same as that high right there. So, I mean, you might have some resistance around that 130 mark, number one. Now, if it could find its way through that, then, I mean, look at this. So the first clearance has to be that 105. Yeah, if you could handle the whip on it. You got spready at times. But 10 times the float. Yeah, 4 million in the float, 10 times the float. So here, that's kind of the reverse. A fairly expensive stock with a low float will give you action like this. Another one. Boy, we're seeing some. Oh, it's a 62-cent stock, but you're right. I mean, 85 million in the float, trading the float, double the float. Well, the float is the supply of stock. Okay, so the lower that number is, it's like anything else. I know guys are tired of my going into my explanation, but I mean that if you're new and not understanding the concept of the float is basically the supply of stock. So the lower that number is, and if the demand is there for whatever reason, that's why you get these insane moves. You know, it's low supply, high demand, price goes up. So the lower that number is, but you got to be awfully careful because as quickly as they go up, they can just as quickly come down. You know what? It is about time for my analogy. I have not done my home analogy in a long time. Time is it? 2:36? So this might help define the float for you even more so. So let's just say you live on a cul-de-sac. There are 100 homes. You are the only person in the cul-de-sac that wants to sell their home. That's a supply. For whatever reason, I'm only gonna make it 100 homes. For whatever reason, there is maybe you live in the choice area in that cul-de-sac. For whatever, and you list your home for $500,000. For whatever reason, you get 10 people wanting your home, and they start outbidding each other, so that your price that you want was 500. Now you can raise it to 600. Now you can raise it to 700, 800. So low supply, one home, 10 buyers, high demand. Makes sense? We've seen that. You know, in hot real estate markets, you know, you get bidding wars. Now let's flip it. You're in that same cul-de-sac. You want to sell your home, but 10 other people want to do the same thing. You all list at $500,000. Only one person comes in and wants to buy. What's going to happen? Well, if you really are a motivated seller, now maybe you reduce it to 480, but your neighbor is motivated also. So that person goes down to 470, and so on and so on. That's, you know, and so that's why the price decreases depending how motivated you are to sell. So it's supply and demand. So the float, the lower that number is, that's the one house on the cul-de-sac, and for whatever reason, there's this high demand. You know? I mean, this is a bad example in terms because it's a big float, but look at the demand. 729 million have traded. For cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac. That was way too English saying cul-de-sac. No, that one's for another day, Ryan. If you're, yeah, literally. Hello, UK. Well, there's no such thing as reasonable times. I mean, you'd like to see at least one because, then you know that the float. I shouldn't say no. That is incorrect. To trade the float is a big deal. I mean, there's the float, okay, but this is only traded 800,000 shares. The float is 46 million, so it's hasn't, but it's still relative volume. I look at this. It just happens to be that sometimes you have this high relative volume and for these low float ones, the stock is just trading the float over and over and over and over again. You just so I mean, that means that the stock is highly volatile, lots of action if that's what you're looking for, but it's also, it can be very strenuous. So I don't say to myself, okay, for me to get into a stock, it has to trade the float over a certain amount. No, it's more the relative volume. That's for me the more key. That's the key indicator. And if it happens to be trading the float, several multiples, that's fine. It's more of a oh my gosh, look how much it's trading the float. So before I go, I'll be shutting the room down in about 20 minutes. I just want to pop in the promo code again and all because the room is open tomorrow. It is a full day tomorrow. Let me just get that into the YouTube feed too. Okay, so there's the promo code right there, Old Lang Syne. Okay, 25% off. Don't forget the percent. Okay. So if you click on my home page, it is actually Naveen. It is. Let me help you there in a minute. Okay. So on my homepage, so again, there it is. Obviously disregard that code, use the other one, you'll get 25% off. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. And just to make sure you understand how you're supposed to put the code in. So if I click on Purchase on any one of the plans, I don't know why this one is remembering and not the other one, but it's got to be all in caps and 25, and don't forget the percent. People are forgetting their percent. Okay, don't forget the percent, and then just check it, and there's your discount. Okay, so if you do a monthly plan, it is that discount is good for the first month only. There's the NOVN, guys. I mean, listen, it may move. So Naveen, how am I going to get your email? Tell you what, if you contact, or no, do this. Go to the home page. You too, Fred. Go to the home page and start a live and say, you can even say Barry sent me or whatever. And say I have a monthly plan. I want to use the promo code to upgrade to an annual plan. Okay. So just click on that homepage link and you'll get a little sort of not a pop up exactly, but it'll say something like Q&A or something like that, and just say exactly that. If you want to refer to myself, that's fine. Okay. That goes for anybody. if you have a monthly plan and you want to, a monthly standard or a monthly premium, you can use that promo code to upgrade to an annual if you want to do that. So the relative volume is kind of a cool indicator. So this is based on the time of day. So up to this point of the day, on average, this is trading 4.5 times what it would normally do up to this point of the day on average, okay? Now, it is a convoluted formula. It's not exactly the last 10-day average up to this point of the day. If you're mathematically inclined, this is the actual definition, okay, of the relative volume. The promo code is here. I love those questions. So MacDim. So it's right underneath you. Can you see it? Auld Lang Syne, all in capital, 25%. Auld Lang Syne, 25%. Don't forget the percent. Oh, what is a promo code? Is that what you mean? Oh, it just takes 25% off a subscription. Full day tomorrow, yes. 25% off the first month only or the entire year. That is, sorry, I thought you meant what is the promo code. Full day tomorrow, yep. Yeah, so Sarah, if you go to my homepage, I just put my homepage link underneath where you asked. So if you click on my homepage, one of the selections is the trade of the week, okay? So you click here and you can sign up for it. And then it's sent to your email about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning, all right? It is possible, yes. You can downgrade your subscription, yes. See, this is what I would do. First of all, I would never start off with an annual plan unless you're 100% sold, you understand how to use the program and all that, okay? What I would do is I would start off with a standard. You can always try us out for a month. Let me just, there's a toggle here. I would start off with a standard monthly plan. Purchase that. Okay, and there it will be. So it'll be $88. And within 30 days, if you decide, you know what, yep, I'm sold on Trade Ideas, you can then make a decision either to upgrade using the promo code to an annual, or you can upgrade to a premium, and see if you like that. Or you can start off with a premium monthly even and just see, take the 25% off and just see if you like it. But I would not start off with an annual plan unless you're really, completely convinced that this is the program for you. Now, we do, pride ourselves on the support that we give. I mean, this room is free like this, 9 to 3, Monday to Friday. We've got the 12 to 1 session every day in the YouTube feed. We've got, once we get back to a regular schedule, we have the webinars Monday to Thursday. They'll start next week. at 5 o'clock, all archived. Plus, we've got people in support all day long, so it's not. Hopefully, we don't feel like we leave you just high and dry. You take it. No, you get the channel bar. Oh yeah, no, the channel bar is you just don't get the AI. The big difference between standard and premium is the AI. It's this. Okay, that's the big difference. Here are some of the alerts. It's had a good day. I mean, obviously, look at some of these percentage moves on top here. That's the big difference between standard and premium. How many folks are there at Trade Ideas? That's a good question. We're a very small company. We all work remotely. There's no real head office. Our servers, I know most of the servers are in San Diego area. Most of the people live in the San Diego area. But, we got myself in Vancouver, we got Michael Noss in Halifax, we've got Dave Mabe in I can't remember if it's North or South Carolina. We've got Jamie in Texas, Andy's in Texas. So, I don't know how many we've actually got. I don't recall your being on the Trade Ideas personnel list, though, John. Yeah, I mean, this room is like this all the time, Jack of all trades. Folks. Yeah. A bag full of woodpecker lips. That sounds like a real southern thing to say, or or Appalachia. You'd have to contact, okay? Info at trade-ideas.com, okay? And just say what you want to do. Make sure you give them the email address that you use to sign up so they can check your account, okay? Yeah, so that should have all been done ahead of time, of course. If you get into a trade, first of all, what was your stop? I know what you're going to say, but what was your stop? You know what? Kenneth, I really didn't even have a chance to look. I've been so busy doing other stuff. I really didn't even have a chance to look. Our RMO was RMG yesterday, okay? It was a SPAC, which turned into RMO. That was what RMG bought. Okay, so that's why you see this. So, okay, but what was your... Okay.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, my home assistant. Okay, but what was the price you were going to get out at?
Sure. Here's some helpful information I found on the web. To find out more, look for the link in your Google Home or Google Assistant app.
You see, real? Can you hear all that in the background? Maybe you couldn't. Maybe it's working. Okay, well, if your stop loss was risking $20, yeah. So if you heard it, then I don't know how well this noise canceling feature is working. Maybe it was muffled. Maybe you would have really heard it. No, so I don't think it's really working, real. So thanks for selling me a bill of goods. I'm just kidding. Real. So again, well, if your stop, your target should be at least double. At least when you get into a trade, it should be at least double your stop. So wherever $40 is for you, the price, that should be, hopefully, I don't know if you're there, but that should be at least the first target. Okay. Yes, that's the relative volume, 12.4. That's the relative volume. So up to whatever it is, 254 today, it's trading. We're almost towards the end of the day, but yes, that's what that means. Yeah, you should always strive for at least. Some people say 3 times, but at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if you look at a trade, if you look at something, for instance, if you got into this one, at a dollar, and at $1.05, if you're new to trading, maybe you don't understand exactly what I'm saying, but if you saw on a chart at $1.05, there's a ton of resistance, and you're in at $1, that means your expectation may be max 5 cents. It could pop right through $1.05. Resistance doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stop there, but you have to have some way of looking at a chart and saying, okay, here is my reasonable expectation where it could get to. So if it's at least, if you're risking 5 cents and it can maybe run 10 cents, okay. But if you look at the chart and you say, man, there's a ton of resistance 2 cents away, you shouldn't be taking that trade. Can I demonstrate how the AI works? Well, what happens is this. When you just load the new AI/Holly strategy trades window, and at the beginning of the day, this will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to come in. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop, and then you kind of manage the trades as you see fit. There's real. He's got to dig to me, and that's really. How it works now is. Yeah, relative volume will change during the day because all of a sudden if the volume completely dries up, that relative volume filter will start to drop. But that's the most basic way I can demonstrate the AI. I don't get too into, here are the alerts, here are the actual strategies that, okay, I'll give you a more of a general overview. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And so what happens is the AI will wait for the market to close today, and then there's an optimization routine that looks at all 50 of the baseline strategies and goes through an optimization procedure. So that'll happen once the market closes today. That's what happened last night. These, out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Now, I always say this, I don't care what strategies made the cut. I don't care whether it's from, we have kind of 3 segments of the AI. I don't really care. All I care about is give me the alerts. So I have this window up. Tomorrow morning, before the market opens, this will be blank. And you just wait for it to fill up. Yesterday we only had 3 alerts. So there's no, I don't know how many we have today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I guess 14 alerts. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day because, Friday is a holiday. But that is in essence what it is all about. Okay, do I follow Canadian stocks? So no, I don't. I am a Canadian, but I do not follow Canadian stocks. Just not enough action, not enough stocks with enough, volume and all that. There is a way in which you can trade. You can set up alerts and filters, etc., or alerts and windows to follow Canadian stocks. You can right-click, configure, and exchanges. So we do track, but there's a caveat. We don't have Canadian charts. which may or may not be a big deal. Are you interested, Andy? Because I unfortunately I cannot show this in the YouTube feed, but if you want to take a screenshot, this is what I send to our Canadian subscribers. I mean, if you are interested, this is you can take a screenshot of this. So you can create an alert window. You'll get a real-time alert. You won't see, I know it's going to sound crazy, you won't see the price, you won't see the volume. To me, it doesn't really matter because all I'm doing, I'm not so much, all I do know is that I've got filters in place, so I'm not going to see something outside of the price range or outside of the volume that I want. So typically, I'm not really looking at the price or the volume. I'm just clicking on the alert when I get the real-time alert. So that will happen here, of course. And then you just, if you have Disnat or Questrade or something like that, you can just click on the alert and it'll load into your brokerage platform. And then, of course, you will see. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, you can go ahead. Yeah, see, I don't use every, the reason it's difficult, I can give you something that compares what it does to this with the SPY getting out here when the AI gets out in what we call conservative mode, okay? Problem is that my opinion is that, I use this as a watch list. I don't take every trade. Sometimes, based on what I do, it's hard for me sometimes to even see the trades, because I'm tugged in a few different directions. But I personally only look at stocks under $20. That's just a personal thing. Everybody uses the AI differently. I use it, I would consider using it as a watch list. Sometimes you'll have multiple entries during the day as a watch list. So, but I can give you something that I guess we have. Where is it? Called AI Performance. So here you go. So the AI strategy window is found here in the toolbar. Click on New. Click on New. And then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay. So that was for Shantha in the YouTube feed. So when you say, does it work with TDA? I mean, we work with every broker, okay? You don't have to have Interactive Brokers. I mean, what we do is you can connect. You can't use this window, but you don't have to. It's not mandatory, this Brokerage Plus window, to use trade ideas. We do have an external linking tool so that you can link to your TDA so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your order entry. Not mandatory though. We're a scanner, first and foremost. So it doesn't matter what broker you have. If you want to type in the symbol, you can. But it's nice to be able to link using our external linking tool. And you just, add a link, you just follow the instructions so that when you click on an alert, it just automatically appears in your order entry into your brokerage platform. And then from within your brokerage platform, you trade it. Okay? When you say it's giving off a buzz, really? Seriously? Is that just for you or is that for everybody? Might be just you. I haven't heard any complaints about the audio. Yeah, it might be on your end then. So there you go, Geronimo. It's got to be on your end. Get a new computer. Haha. Well, I don't know why. Linking with Questrade, it should be very, very simple. I had Questrade before. I will say this: sometimes it loses the link during the day, and that's we have no control over that. Okay, but the external linking, add the link. I mean, I seem to remember what I did is I would just follow these instructions. I would go to my order entry in Questrade, and just hit the shift key, and it would link, and that's it. Well, it's not what you call the news that, some of these services like Benzinga and some others, they charge you $100, $150 a month for the so-called instant news is not that, no. I mean, it's pretty, it's in the pre-market, it's pretty good because that's what I use it for. But if you're looking for something that's like that instant breaking news, no. Okay, are there any other questions? Have I not answered some question? If I haven't, just repost it perhaps, and I can I'll answer. Like I always say, I'll close the room at 3, but I always stay later if there are questions. I have no problem with that. All right, I don't see any other questions. Okay, so Demetris, this is what you do. You do one of two things. I would do it this way, okay? I would just do this. I'm going to give you the homepage link. No, I don't teach as well. No, I don't have, like, separate from this. No. Are you kidding? I mean, this is 6 hours, 6.5 hours a day, of talking. So no, I don't. I have to, I need a break. I still have an hour left of scanning and stuff. So no, I do not teach. So anyway, if you click on the homepage link, hopefully this is going to show up immediately. Okay, see where it says questions and answers? So just say, listen, I'd like to upgrade or downgrade, whatever the case may be, but you want to upgrade and you want to use the promo code that's active. Just say that's what you want to do, but make sure you give them the email address that you used to sign up for Trade Ideas so they can look your account up. Okay, that's very important. Now YouTube, no, I don't have a separate YouTube feed. No, I mean this is, I'm on YouTube. There is a YouTube, but it's the same. I'm just going to show you what it looks like. This is the same. The people on YouTube can see my screen. They can hear me. Just not as much action in terms of traders. That's all. But it's concurrent. Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. It's not designed for scalpers and day traders. Not at all. I mean, if you choose to, in any trade, for me, I mean, it just happens that I like to be out of most trades at the end of the day. But let's use this one. I mean, this is obviously a small cap, but let's use this one as an example. If this closed up here at 133 and I'd be looking left, seeing $3, I think, wow, okay, I might want to hold this one because it closes well, it's got all sorts of room. So I can make up my own mind if I want to hold this one overnight or, for as long as I want. Okay? For large cap, you can take any one of the scans that I'm sharing and just add there goes market cap. Okay, right there. You could add market cap, add the filter, and then you can put in the minimum market cap that you want and scan that way. So absolutely not. You can just put that just like I just did. Okay. And then, so I understand. I mean, some people don't want to trade these small cap stocks. I get it. The only reason I like to do it, the 1 to 20, is because obviously they give me personally the biggest percentage possibility gains in a day. That's all. But certainly, if you want to zero in on a larger cap, no issue. You can also use this stock composite rating. That's another filter. If you want to see, in theory, stocks that are, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Okay, I just want to answer Shantha in the YouTube. When you look at did the trade come? Okay, so I think the question was this. You can sort on entry time, Shantha, okay? I don't. I like to sort on the aggressive profit because I want to see the ones at the top all day long. But you can sort on any one of these columns, including entry time. Okay, so if I wanted to see I've just sorted on the entry time. So you could see the latest one first. Okay? So you just double left click on the entry time column if that's what you want to do. But there are others in this room. There are others in this room that absolutely, it's not just me. We got a lot of great traders in this room. There are others in the room who look at a lot more expensive stocks than I do. You might want to start watching them. Yeah, how did I learn? Really, a lot of it is, first of all, determining what sort of a trader you want to be. I happen to be somebody who likes momentum trades. Some people hate them. Some people only want to play stocks. They think it's crazy going after a stock that's made a new high of the day and that's fine. They want to play a stock that makes a pullback, and that's fine too. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to trade. I just happen to like stocks that are near the high of the day. It doesn't mean I just buy it because it's at the high of the day, but I like that because I know it's a broken record, but then I look at the daily, the weekly, and the monthly chart. I look left to see how much room can it keep moving. So that's just the sort of my mindset. How did I develop it? I don't even know. I mean, it just, I didn't, first day I traded, I didn't know that's how I was going to trade. It was just one of those things that sort of made sense to my mind. But the other thing is looking at thousands and thousands of charts. Eventually you see a chart and you go, nope, it's like a thumbs up or a thumbs down. You too, Real. Happy New Year, my friend, if you're still here. Yeah, like Zach was trading Tesla as an example. What is Tesla doing today? All right. What do I think of Powell? I know this is something that has been in the room. No, I don't know. Not much right now. I mean, it's. I suppose. What did it hit? Look where it stalled. I mean, does it happen all the time? Of course not. But look where it stalled. $4. That's 426, and that's 401. I mean, that's where it stalled. Just look left. So for it to really get moving again, it's going to have to take that out. Then it has a shot to get up to this level. But certainly a huge month. Look at the month it's having in terms of volume. But it's not moving it. Not yet anyway. All right, guys, I think that's it. I think I will shut the room down now. Thanks a lot for all of the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So hope everybody has a great, whoops, not that one, a great evening, and we'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Bye-bye.